Hi friends, I hope you're all happy and healthy. I included some of your lovely comments in this video. They made me so happy. I really need your support to reach 1,000 likes and 1,000 comments. If everyone who watches likes and comments, we can do it together. And if you're not part of our family yet, please subscribe. Thank you. Let's jump in now. The trail to Black Rock Ridge Ranger Station climbed through ancient pines that blocked what little light remained in the evening sky. I'd been assigned here after 3 seasons at Yellowstone. A promotion, they called it. Solo assignment. Category the 3, Wilderness. Minimal contact. You'll do well there. Supervisor Collins had said, sliding the folder across his desk. After what happened at Grizzly Lake last year, I figure you can handle just about anything. I didn't mention that I still woke up some nights with the screams of that lost family echoing in my head. How their 8-year-old had wandered off while they were setting up camp. How we'd found him 3 days later, huddled in a rocky crevice, dehydrated but alive. The parents had broken every protocol in their panic, splitting up, going off trail, hiking after dark. I'd almost lost one of them to hypothermia. The report said I'd shown exceptional crisis management. The nightmares suggested otherwise. The cabin appeared as I crested the ridge, a sturdy structure of weathered logs with a metal roof that gleamed dully in the fading light. My home for the next 6 months. The nearest town was Pine Haven, population 842, about 30 miles of treacherous switchbacks to the east. The nearest fellow ranger was at Coldwater Station, 17 miles northwest as the crow flies. I unlocked the heavy door and carried my gear inside. The interior smelled of pine and dust with a faint trace of wood smoke. A basic kitchen, a desk with a radio system, a small bedroom in the back. The walls were lined with topo maps, wildlife guides, and emergency protocols. There was a journal on the desk, standard procedure for remote stations. Rangers recorded unusual observations, visitor encounters, maintenance needs. I flipped through the entries from my predecessor, Ranger Mike Cassidy. His handwriting was tight and precise. Trail conditions, weather patterns, bear sightings. The final entry caught my attention. No 14. Heard the knocking again last night. 3 distinct patterns, louder than before. Checked the perimeter at first light. Found tracks in the north clearing, too large for bear. Stride length approximately 52 inches. Taking castings tomorrow if weather permits. There was no entry for November 15th, or any day after. I radioed base camp to confirm my arrival. The connection was full of static, but I managed to check in. I didn't mention the journal. The Park Service had told me Cassidy had requested transfer for family reasons. Nothing unusual. That night I organized my supplies, checked equipment, and reviewed the patrol routes. The wind picked up around midnight, whistling through the trees surrounding the cabin. It was a sound that would become familiar in the coming months, almost comforting in its consistency, until it was interrupted by 3 distinct knocks, somewhere in the darkness beyond my door. Thock, thock, thock. I froze, my flashlight beam trembling slightly against the far wall. The sound didn't repeat. I told myself it was a branch against the roof. Or maybe a falling pine cone. Natural explanations. But I didn't sleep much that first night. And when dawn broke, I found myself walking the perimeter of the cabin, studying the ground for tracks that weren't my own. My first week at Black Rock was uneventful. I established my patrol routine, familiarized myself with the trails, checked the emergency caches. Standard procedure. The radio crackled with routine check-ins from dispatch, weather updates, the occasional notice about missing hikers in other sectors. The ridge lived up to its name. A jagged spine of black volcanic rock that cut through the forest like the backbone of some long-dead giant. The trails here were challenging, unmarked in places. Perfect for experienced backpackers seeking isolation. Dangerous for amateurs. On day 8, I encountered my first visitors, a couple from Portland documenting old-growth forests. They'd registered their itinerary at the trailhead station and seemed well prepared. I checked their permits, reminded them about proper food storage, and sent them on their way. Simple. Routine. In the afternoon, I hiked to Summit Lake, a pristine glacial pool nestled in a rocky cirque. According to my maps, it was a frequent camping spot, though I saw no signs of recent use. The silence there was absolute, the kind that makes your ears strain for something, anything to hear. I was making notes about trail erosion when I noticed the tree. A massive Douglas fir at the lake's edge, easily 6 feet in diameter and well over 200 feet tall. What caught my attention wasn't its size, but what had been done to it. The bark on the north face had been stripped away in long vertical gashes, exposing the pale wood beneath. Not bare markings, those would be horizontal, lower to the ground. Not lightning, the damage was too patterned, too deliberate. Near the base of the tree, I found what looked like hair caught in the rough bark, coarse, dark strands, longer than any animal I could identify in these parts. I sealed a sample in an evidence bag. Protocol dictated I report unusual findings, but something made me hesitate. I needed more information first. That evening, I returned to Cassidy's journal, reading more carefully this time. Between routine entries about trail maintenance and wildlife sightings, a pattern emerged. Septa 3. Found another tree marked near Junction Creek, same as the others. Sept 17. Hikers reported strange vocalizations near Cascade Falls. Like a woman screaming, they said. Checked area. Nothing found. Aka 22. Discovered large humanoid footprint in mud near North Ridge. Too large for human. Approximately 16 inches long, 7 inches wide. I pulled out my field manual and flipped to the section on wildlife track identification. Nothing matched Cassidy's description. Bears even on hind legs leave distinctive claw marks. Moose and elk have cloven hooves. Mountain lions have 4 distinct toe pads. The knocking came again that night. 3 distinct sounds, then silence. Then 3 more, from a different direction. I stood at the window, peering into the darkness, my flashlight beam swallowed by the trees. In the morning, I found the first gift on my doorstep, a perfectly arranged pile of blackberries atop a broad maple leaf. No tracks in the dirt around my cabin. No sound had awakened me during the night. The berries glistened in the morning light, suspiciously perfect. I left them untouched and radioed dispatch about potential bear activity near the station. I didn't mention the knocking or the tree markings. Not yet. Copy that, Black Rock, came the response. Any signs of distress from that missing hiker? I froze. What missing hiker? There was a pause, then. Advisory went out yesterday afternoon. Solo male, mid-30s, name of Garrett Mson. Permit shows he was headed toward Summit Lake. Should have checked in at Pine Haven 2 days ago. Summit Lake, where I'd found the marked tree, where I'd collected the hair sample now sitting on my desk. No signs yet, I replied. I'll begin search patterns immediately. Copy. Backup from Coldwater can be there by tomorrow if needed. I'll radio if necessary. I gathered my emergency pack, checked my GPS, and headed out. As I closed the cabin door, I noticed the berries were gone from the step. The leaf now empty. The forest was alive with sound that morning, birds calling, wind stirring the canopy, the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Normal sounds, natural sounds, but they seemed to hush as I approached Summit Lake, as if the woods were holding its breath. I followed standard search protocols, methodical grid patterns, frequent calls, visual sweeps for disturbances in the vegetation. The missing hiker, Garrett Mson, had filed a rough itinerary. 3 days at Summit Lake, then heading east toward Cascade Falls. Near the marked tree, I found the first sign, a boot print in the soft earth. Size 11 hiking boot, Vibram sole, recent. I photographed it and continued. 50 yards further, a granola bar wrapper caught on a thorn bush. The trail grew more distinct. Broken twigs, displaced stones, another boot print. The path led away from the established trails, up a steep incline toward a ridgeline not marked on recreational maps. The terrain became challenging. Loose shale, dense underbrush, fallen logs creating natural barriers. No casual hiker would come this way without purpose. At the ridge's crest, the forest opened into a small clearing. In its center stood a crude structure, a framework of branches and logs leaning together to form a conical shelter. Too crude for a prepared backpacker, too deliberate for natural formation. Mson, I called. Ranger Service. Are you there? Silence answered. I approached the shelter cautiously, one hand on my sidearm. The entrance was low, requiring me to crouch. Inside, the ground was covered with pine boughs arranged in a sleeping platform. No sleeping bag. No backpack. No signs of fire. But there was something else. Scratched into the wooden frame, crude but recognizable. A simple face. 2 eyes, a nose, a smile. Childish, almost, except for what appeared to be blood darkening the grooves. I backed out of the shelter, sweeping my gaze across the clearing. That's when I saw it, a backpack hung from a branch at the clearing's edge. Blue nylon, weatherproof, standard overnight gear. The pack's contents were undisturbed. Clothing, first aid kit, water purification tablets, freeze-dried meals. The identification tag confirmed it. Garrett Mson, Portland, OR. Emergency contact, Amanda Mson, wife. There was a journal similar to the standard ranger logs. I hesitated, then opened it. Most entries were mundane observations about trail conditions and wildlife sightings, until the final pages. Day 4. Heard something following me today. Heavy footsteps, but they stopped whenever I turned around, catching glimpses of movement between trees. Probably a deer or elk. Day 5. Knocking woke me last night. 3 distinct sounds repeated from different directions. Investigated at first light. Found strange structures made of branches about 200 yards from camp. Not natural. Too deliberate. Day 6. It's watching me. I can feel it. Found footprints this morning. Massive. Human-shaped, but far too large. This isn't possible. The final entry was dated 2 days ago. It mimicked Amanda's voice tonight. Called my name from the darkness. I almost went to it. Almost. But something was wrong about the sound. Like it didn't quite understand how human voices work. I'm leaving first thing tomorrow. Something's not right in these woods. The rangers should know the entry ended abruptly. A pen stroke trailing off the page. I secured the pack and radioed dispatch with my coordinates. Found Mson's gear, but no sign of him. Continuing search, copy that. Any signs of wildlife interference? I looked at the crude shelter with its blood-marked symbol. The journal with its final unfinished thought. Negative, I replied. No signs of animal activity. As I moved away from the clearing, continuing my search pattern, I heard it. 3 distinct knocks from the forest behind me. Then 3 more answering from ahead. And then, faintly, what sounded like my name, called in a voice that wasn't quite right. The search for Mson continued for 3 days. Ranger Dawson from Coldwater Station joined me on day 2, bringing 2 volunteer search and rescue handlers with tracking dogs. The animals were agitated, whining, and refusing to follow commands when we reached the ridge clearing with its crude shelter. Never seen them act like this, the handler said, struggling to calm a trembling German shepherd. Something's got them spooked. We found no further signs of Mson beyond the backpack and journal. No blood trail. No clothing fragments, no body. After the 3rd day, with an incoming storm threatening to obliterate any remaining evidence, search operations were suspended. The official report listed Garrett Mson as missing, presumed deceased. Cause unknown. Dawson returned to Coldwater Station. I was left alone again at Black Rock Ridge. That night, I laid out the evidence I'd gathered. The hair samples from the marked tree, photographs of the strange shelter and footprint casts, Cassidy's journal with its increasingly disturbed entries, Mson's final written words. Patterns were emerging that defied rational explanation. I'd spent enough time in wilderness to respect its dangers. Bears, mountain lions, hypothermia, falls. These were the known killers of the backcountry. But what I was seeing suggested something else. Something that constructed shelters, that communicated through knocks, that could mimic human voices. My research options were limited. The station had some reference books on regional wildlife and a field guide to North American mammals. Nothing that could explain what I was experiencing. The radio could connect me to dispatch, but what would I say? That I suspected a cryptid was stalking my territory? At midnight, I made a decision. I broke protocol and used the emergency satellite phone to connect to the internet. Park Service would question the usage later, but I needed information now. I found what I was looking for on obscure forums and websites dedicated to unexplained phenomena. Reports from across the Pacific Northwest described similar patterns: tree markings, arranged stones, wooden structures, knocking communications, and footprints, large humanoid prints found in remote areas. One account particularly caught my attention, a post from a user claiming to be a former Forest Service employee in Washington State. We were told never to mention the structures or the knocking. Official policy was to attribute any strange findings to known wildlife or human visitors. But there were incidents: missing hikers who vanished without trace, rangers who requested transfers after nights alone at remote outposts. The old-timers had a system: leave small offerings, berries, dried meat. Never acknowledge their presence directly. Never follow the sounds at night. Maintain boundaries. Those who respected these rules were left alone. Those who didn't, the post ended there. Other users had replied asking for more information, but the account had never posted again. I thought about the berries left on my doorstep. Had I failed some test by not accepting the offering? I thought about Cassidy's final entry, his descriptions of tracks, his mentioned castings that were nowhere to be found in the cabin when I arrived. And I thought about the knocking that had started again outside, 3 distinct sounds moving around the perimeter of my cabin in patterns too deliberate to be random. I turned off my lights and sat in darkness, listening as the sound circled my cabin. 3 knocks from the north, 3 from the east, 3 from the south, a pattern of communication I couldn't decipher. Then came the voice, not quite human, as if someone had learned speech by observation rather than practice. "Ryanger," it called, stretching the vowels unnaturally. "Help me." It was using Mson's voice. I remained still, controlling my breathing, remembering the forum post. Never acknowledge their presence directly. Never follow the sounds at night. The voice called again, closer now. "I'm loosed. Please help." My training warred with my instinct. Every fiber of my being as a ranger demanded I respond to a call for help. But something deeper, more primal, knew this was no human voice. I stayed inside until dawn broke. When first light touched the trees, I ventured out cautiously, sidearm drawn. The ground around my cabin was undisturbed, no footprints, no evidence of the night visitor. But on my doorstep lay another offering, a perfect pile of berries on a broad leaf. And beside it, something that made my blood run cold. Garrett Mson's driver's license. I reported Mson's driver's license immediately. Search operations resumed within hours. This time, park management sent a full team. 4 rangers, professional trackers, even a helicopter for aerial surveys. The forest echoed with shouts, dogs, radio chatter. For 3 days, the wilderness around Black Rock Ridge crawled with searchers. They found nothing. No body, no blood trail, no further evidence of what happened to Mson. The search expanded 10 miles in every direction from where I'd found his backpack. I led one team back to the crude shelter I discovered. It was gone. Not destroyed, not collapsed. Completely absent, as if it had never existed. The clearing itself seemed different somehow. The trees arranged slightly differently than I remembered. "You sure this is the spot?" asked Ranger Michaels, consulting his GPS. "Positive," I replied, though doubt flickered at the edges of my certainty. "Coordinates match exactly." Michaels surveyed the undisturbed forest floor. No signs of recent human activity here. Not even footprints, but I had photographs, documentation, evidence that something had been here, hadn't I? Back at my cabin that evening, I checked my camera. The photos were there. The shelter, the strange face symbol, the backpack hanging from the branch. Tangible proof I wasn't losing my mind. The search team departed after the 5th day. The official report was updated. Missing person case remains open. Personal identification recovered, no other evidence found. Possible wildlife predation. Once again, I was alone at Black Rock Station, but it felt different now. The forest watched with new intensity. The silence held meaning. The darkness beyond my windows concealed presence. 3 weeks passed. I maintained my routines, trail patrols, weather observations, wildlife monitoring. I documented everything meticulously, determined to build a record that couldn't be dismissed. The knocking continued most nights. I never responded. The voice calling from the darkness became a grim companion to my solitude. Then came the storm, a late-season blizzard that dropped 3 feet of snow in 36 hours. Winds exceeding 60 miles per hour bent the pines around my cabin. The temperature plunged to 17 below. The radio warned of dangerous conditions throughout the region. All patrols were suspended. I was checking my generator on the 2nd night when I heard it. Not knocking this time, but a low, rhythmic moaning that seemed to emanate from multiple directions simultaneously. It rose and fell like chanting, punctuated by sounds I couldn't identify. Wooden clacking, stone against stone, something like distant drums. The voices came next. Multiple voices calling in that same not quite right approximation of human speech. They called my name. They mimicked dispatch radio calls. They reproduced snippets of conversations I'd had with the search team weeks before. They were listening, learning, adapting. I remained inside, doors locked, curtains drawn. My rational mind suggested wind, temperature differentials, natural acoustics creating auditory illusions. My instincts told me otherwise. On the third day, the storm broke. Morning arrived with pristine blue skies and a transformed landscape. Every surface covered in unbroken snow, trees bowed under white weight. The world rendered in blinding brightness. I shoveled a path from my door and ventured out to check for structural damage. The cabin had weathered the storm well. I was photographing an ice formation when I saw them. Footprints in the snow, leading away from my cabin toward the northern ridge. Bipedal. Enormous. Each print nearly 17 inches long with 5 distinct toe impressions. The stride length was incredible. Over 4 feet between steps. No human could make such tracks. I followed them. Professional obligation overpowered caution. I needed to know, to document, to understand what shared these woods with me. The tracks led steadily upward, toward areas of the ridge I'd never patrolled. After 2 miles, they joined others, dozens of similar tracks, a gathering of whatever made them. The snow was trampled into paths leading to a rock formation that thrust from the mountainside like broken teeth. At the formation's base was an opening, a dark mouth in the pale stone, large enough for a tall human to enter without stooping. The tracks led directly inside. I stood at the threshold, heart pounding. My training said to wait for backup, to document and report, not to enter unknown caves alone. But I knew what the report would say, how the evidence would be explained away or quietly buried in bureaucratic paperwork. I switched on my flashlight and stepped into the darkness. The passage descended steeply, opening into a large chamber where sunlight filtered through cracks in the ceiling. The air was surprisingly warm, humid with the scent of earth and something else, a musky, animal odor that tickled primitive parts of my brain. The chamber walls were covered with markings, crude paintings in red and black pigments. Humanoid figures with elongated limbs, spiral patterns, the same simple face symbol I'd seen in the forest shelter. Some appeared ancient, others freshly applied. In the chamber's center stood stone structures, arrangements of balanced rocks forming shapes too regular for natural formation. Among them were human artifacts, a backpack strap, a broken watch, a ranger's badge. The badge belonged to Mike Cassidy. As I knelt to examine it, a shadow fell across the cave entrance. Something massive blocked the light, something that breathed in deep, rumbling inhalations. I reached for my sidearm, turning slowly. Standing in the passage was a figure too tall for the opening, hunched to fit beneath the stone ceiling, covered in dark, matted hair, arms too long hanging past massive thighs, a face that seemed almost human yet fundamentally wrong, brow too pronounced, jaw too heavy, eyes too knowing. We regarded each other in silence, ranger and cryptid, human and other. It made no move to attack. I made no move to flee. Then it spoke, a sound like stones grinding together, forming approximations of words I'd used on my radio. Copy. That. Blackrock. In one massive hand, it held Mson's backpack journal. In the other, a pen gripped like a toothpick between enormous fingers. It had been learning, watching, documenting us as we documented it. The standoff might have lasted seconds or minutes, time stretched in that underground chamber. Then deliberately, the creature placed Cassidy's badge on a stone structure and backed away, deeper into the cave system. I left the light from my flashlight illuminating the chamber as I backed toward the entrance, never turning away. When I reached daylight, I ran, panic finally overwhelming training, stumbling through snow back toward my cabin. The radio was silent when I tried to call for backup. The storm had damaged communications, leaving me isolated. That night, the knocking returned, louder, more insistent. 3 knocks, 3 knocks, 3 knocks. From every direction at once. I don't sleep anymore. Not since the cave. Not since meeting the Watcher face to face. The knocking continues nightly, sometimes distant, sometimes so close it seems to vibrate through the cabin walls. I've begun to recognize patterns, repetitions, variations that suggest language rather than random noise. Communications with the outside world remain sporadic. The storm damaged relay stations across the region. I report daily weather readings and maintenance updates when connections allow. I haven't mentioned the cave or its inhabitant. Some truths don't fit into report templates. I've established a new routine. Each morning I leave small offerings on my doorstep, berries when available, strips of jerky when not. Each evening the offerings are gone, replaced sometimes with objects from the forest, unusually shaped stones, interesting feathers, once a perfect spiral of pine cones. I've expanded my research during long nights when sleep won't come. The satellite phone connects me to archives of local newspapers, historical accounts, tribal legends. I've found patterns stretching back centuries, disappearances in these woods, stories of wild men, tall figures glimpsed between trees. The Klickitat people called this region the hunting ground of the nightwalkers. Early settlers reported forest devils that communicated through wood knocking. 2 weeks after the cave encounter, I found Mson's journal returned to my doorstep alongside my morning offering. Several new pages had been filled, not with writing but with drawings. Crude representations of human figures, rangers, hikers, all rendered with disturbing accuracy by hands not meant for holding pens. In the final pages were drawings of me, at my cabin, on patrol, sleeping through my window. I had been watched long before I realized. In the margins were attempts at writing, malformed letters copying entries from earlier in the journal. One phrase appeared repeatedly, recognizable despite its awkward execution. Help me, I understood then what I was dealing with. Not merely an animal, not merely a cryptid, but something with intelligence, with the capacity for communication, with awareness of itself and others, something that had been observing humans, learning from us perhaps for generations. Cassidy hadn't requested transfer. Mson wasn't taken by predators. They had encountered the Watcher as I had. They had made different choices. Today marks my 3rd month at Black Rock Ridge. Winter grips the forest in frozen silence. My patrol routes have changed. I avoid the northern ridge, the area around the cave entrance. I maintain boundaries, respect territory, acknowledge presence without confrontation. The knocking has evolved. It now forms specific patterns that repeat when I'm near, different from the patterns used elsewhere in the forest. A designation perhaps, a name. Sometimes I knock back. 3 simple sounds against a tree trunk or cabin wall. Communication in its most primitive form. Last night a storm rolled through. Not snow this time, but thunder and driving rain that rattled my windows and drowned the usual forest sounds. As lightning flashed across the ridge, I saw it. A silhouette against the tree line. Massive. Unmistakable. Watching my cabin through the downpour. I stood at my window, not hiding, not approaching, acknowledging. In the next lightning flash, it was gone. This morning I found footprints in the mud around my cabin, 17 inches long, 5 toes, incredible stride length. They circled the perimeter exactly once, then headed back toward the northern ridge. A patrol route not unlike my own. I've made my decision. When spring comes, when my assignment ends, I'll request extension. There are rangers who belong in visitor centers, in busy campgrounds with families and tourists. Then there are those of us who belong in the deep wilderness where the unexplained dwells, where boundaries must be maintained, where watchers must themselves be watched. The forests need protectors who understand their secrets, who can navigate the delicate border between human world and other, who can warn those who would blunder unknowing into territories not their own. Tonight I'll leave my offering and listen for the knocking. I'll document my observations in the station journal, encoding them in the dry language of official reports. Unusual wildlife activity, environmental anomalies, unconventional territorial behaviors. And when the next ranger comes to Black Rock Ridge, they'll find my notes. They'll learn the patterns. They'll understand the boundaries, or they won't. And the Watcher will add their badge to its collection of human curiosities, deep in the cave where the darkness breathes with ancient patience. When I first took the job as a ranger at Olympic National Park, they warned me about a lot of things. Sudden weather changes that could strand hikers, the dangers of hypothermia in the temperate rainforest, how to handle encounters with mountain lions or black bears. No one mentioned the possibility of something else watching from the dense undergrowth. Something that shouldn't exist. I'd been a ranger for nearly 5 years, mostly working in more heavily trafficked parks like Yosemite and Yellowstone. Olympic was different. Over 1 million acres of wilderness, much of it remote and rarely visited. When the posting came up for the North Fork Ranger Station, I jumped at it. The cabin was isolated, positioned along the Keno River, surrounded by ancient cedars and spruces draped in moss. Perfect for someone like me who needed space after a divorce and too much time spent in crowded visitor centers. "You'll be responsible for the North Quadrant," my supervisor, Dale, explained during orientation. "It's a lot of ground to cover alone, but mostly maintenance and the occasional search and rescue. The station doesn't get much foot traffic except during peak summer months." "That's fine by me," I said. "I could use the quiet." Dale studied me for a moment, hesitating. "Just keep your radio handy. Cell service is non-existent up there, and take reports seriously, even the strange ones." "Strange how?" He shrugged, suddenly interested in the paperwork in front of him. "Hikers get spooked, claim they see things, probably just bears or their imagination running wild." I thought nothing of it at the time. Every park has its local legends, usually exaggerations meant to frighten campfire audiences or explanations for natural phenomena people don't understand. The cabin was rustic, but comfortable. Solar panels for minimal electricity, a wood stove for heat, and a satellite radio for communication. The nearest town was a 2-hour drive. My first week passed in peaceful routine, trail maintenance, cataloging damage from the previous winter's storms, and noting wildlife activity. Then came the first reported disappearance of the season. The call came over the radio on a Tuesday morning. A hiker hadn't returned to his campsite. His wife reported he'd gone for a short hike the previous afternoon and never came back. Search and rescue operations in the Olympics were difficult. The forest was dense, the terrain unforgiving. It wasn't unusual for people to get lost, but time was critical. I grabbed my pack, emergency supplies, and headed out to the coordinates provided. The couple had been camping near a small lake about 4 miles from my cabin. When I arrived, the woman, Sarah, was frantic. "He only went to collect more firewood," she explained, her voice breaking. "He wouldn't have gone far. Mike knows these woods." I jotted notes as she spoke. "Did he take anything with him?" "Water, a compass. Just his phone for pictures and a small pocket knife. He said he'd be back in 20 minutes. I radioed the situation to headquarters and began to search the immediate area. More rangers would arrive later, but for now it was just me. The forest floor showed no obvious signs of disturbance, but I did find a clear boot print near the edge of their campsite heading northwest. Following the direction, I moved deeper into the forest. The trees grew thicker, blocking most of the sunlight. About half a mile in, I found a water bottle, the same brand Sarah had said they brought. "Mike," I called, pausing to listen for a response. Only the dripping of moisture from the canopy and the distant sound of a woodpecker answered. Then I noticed something strange. A clump of dark hair caught on a low-hanging branch. Too coarse for human hair, too long for a bear. I sealed it in a small evidence bag. As I moved deeper into the forest, the sensation of being watched intensified. I've spent my life in wilderness areas and know the feeling of animal eyes tracking movement. This was different, more focused, more intelligent. I found more footprints than a disturbing sight. Deep gouges in the bark of several trees about 8 feet off the ground, higher than a bear would mark. The trail of evidence led me to a small clearing where the ground had been disturbed. Signs of a struggle. Broken branches, scuffed earth, and something else. An overwhelming, musky odor that made my nose wrinkle. I knelt to examine what looked like a massive footprint pressed into the soft forest floor. My heart stuttered as I placed my hand beside it for scale. The impression was nearly twice the length of my hand, with 5 distinct toe impressions. As I took photos, a branch snapped somewhere in the forest behind me. I spun around, hand instinctively reaching for my sidearm. Nothing moved, but the silence was absolute. The birds had stopped singing. Even the insects had gone quiet. "Hello?" I called. "Mike, are you there?" From the darkness between the trees came a low, rumbling sound. Not quite a growl, not quite human. I keyed my radio. "Base, this is Ranger Thompson. I've found signs of a possible incident, requesting immediate backup at my coordinates." The radio crackled with static before Dale's voice came through. "Thompson, what kind of incident? Any sign of the missing hiker?" I stared at the massive footprint, unable to voice what I was thinking. "Possible wildlife involvement," I said instead. "I'm continuing to search, but something's not right here." As I ended the transmission, the feeling of being observed intensified. I scanned the tree line, and for just a moment, I caught a glimpse of something large moving in the shadows, something that stood on 2 legs. The search for Mike expanded with additional rangers arriving the next morning. By then, the strange footprints I'd found had been partially washed away by an overnight rainfall. The hair samples were sent to the lab, though I suspected they'd come back with an inconclusive or unknown conid result like so many others I'd heard. About Sarah was relocated to a ranger station near the park entrance while we continued our search. After 3 days with no sign of Mike beyond what I'd initially discovered, the operation shifted from rescue to recovery. "What aren't you telling me about these woods?" I asked Dale when he visited my cabin to review the search grid. He avoided my gaze, focusing instead on the maps spread across the table. "What do you mean?" "Those marks on the trees. The footprint I found. Something unusual is going on here." Dale sighed, finally looking up. "Every ranger who's worked this section eventually reports something unusual. Officially, we document it as wildlife encounters. But unofficially, there's been stories about these woods for centuries. The local tribes have legends about a race of giant beings living in the deepest parts of the forest. They call them stick Indians or other names depending on the tribe." "Bigfoot," I said flatly. Dale winced at the term. "I'm not saying that's what it is, but whatever's out there, it's territorial and seems to react when people venture too far into certain areas." I thought about the strange sensation of being watched, the unnatural silence that had fallen in the forest. "You could have warned me. Would you have believed me? Or would you have thought I was trying to haze the new ranger with campfire stories?" He had a point. I wouldn't have believed him. "Keep this between us," Dale continued. "The official report will list Mike as a missing hiker, presumed accident, but be careful out there, especially at night." After he left, I couldn't stop thinking about what he'd said. I'd always been scientifically minded, believing only in what could be proven. But I'd also spent enough time in the wilderness to know there were things science hadn't fully explained. That night, I was awakened by a sound outside my cabin. A heavy thump against the wall, followed by what sounded like dragging. I grabbed my flashlight and sidearm, approaching the window cautiously. The forest was pitch black beyond the small radius of my cabin's solar lights. I saw nothing at first, then caught movement at the edge of the tree line. Something large and dark, moving with surprising grace for its size. I stepped outside onto the porch, sweeping my flashlight across the yard. The beam caught a pair of eyes reflecting back, too high off the ground to be a bear or cougar, too large to be any known wildlife in the region. "Hello?" I called, immediately regretting it. The eyes blinked once, then vanished. I heard heavy footfalls retreating into the forest, branches snapping under substantial weight. In the morning, I found 3 dead rabbits arranged in a row on my porch steps. Their necks had been broken cleanly, but they were otherwise untouched, not killed for food. A message, perhaps, or a warning. More disturbing were the tracks in the soft earth around my cabin, the same massive, human-like footprints I'd found at the site of Mike's disappearance. I reported the incident to Dale via radio, choosing my words carefully. "Something left offerings at my cabin last night, and there are tracks." The radio was silent for a long moment before Dale responded. "Document everything, but don't pursue. I'm sending Ranger Martinez to stay with you for a few days." I was grateful for the company, but Martinez's arrival wouldn't be until the following day. I spent the morning photographing the tracks and storing the rabbits in a specimen freezer for later examination. That afternoon, I needed to check on a weather station about 2 miles from the cabin. Despite Dale's warning, I couldn't stay confined by fear. The hike should have been routine. I'd made it several times since my arrival. But today, the forest felt different, watchful and alive in a way that raised the hair on my arms. Halfway to the weather station, I found a tree with fresh claw marks, sap still oozing from the gouges. Above them, wedged in a crook about 9 feet up, was a small, bright object. I approached cautiously, circling the tree. When I realized what I was seeing, my blood went cold. It was Mike's phone. Climbing the tree was difficult, but I managed to retrieve it. The screen was cracked, but when I pressed the power button, it miraculously turned on. The battery showed 12% remaining. With trembling fingers, I opened the photo gallery. The most recent image had been taken 4 days ago, around the time Mike disappeared. I tapped it and my breath caught. The photo was blurry, taken in haste. But it clearly showed a massive, dark figure standing among the trees about 50 yards away. The creature was at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark hair with unnaturally long arms. I swiped to the next photo, even blurrier. as if taken while running. Just a glimpse of something large moving through the underbrush. The final photo made my heart hammer against my ribs. It showed a close-up of what could only be described as a face, not quite human, not quite animal. Deep-set eyes beneath a heavy brow ridge, a broad, flattened nose, and a mouth set in what looked like a grimace or snarl. As I stared at the image, a twig snapped in the forest behind me. I whirled around, nearly dropping the phone. Nothing was visible, but I could feel eyes on me, the same sensation I'd experienced the day I found the footprints. "I know you're there," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. From somewhere in the dense undergrowth came a sound that will haunt me forever. A low, rumbling vocalization that started as something like a growl, but modulated into what could almost be described as speech, not words I could understand, but sounds made with clear intention. I backed away slowly, phone clutched in my hand, and began the fastest walk I could manage back to my cabin without breaking into a run. The entire way, I heard movement paralleling my path through the forest, always just out of sight. Martinez arrived the next morning, a seasoned ranger with 20 years of experience in the Olympics. He listened to my account without surprise, examining the photos on Mike's phone with a grim expression. "I've had 3 encounters myself over the years," he admitted, handing the phone back. "Never this close, though. And they've never left. Gifts before. So you believe they exist?" I asked. Martinez shrugged. "I believe in what I've seen. Whether it's an undiscovered primate species or something else, I can't say. But the tribes around here have lived with these stories for thousands of years. They avoid certain valleys and ridges entirely. Why isn't this common knowledge? If there's evidence, evidence gets lost. Reports get buried. Anyone who pushes too hard finds themselves reassigned or discredited." He gave me a pointed look. "The Park Service doesn't want a Bigfoot circus, with every cryptid hunter and their camera trampling through protected wilderness." It made a twisted kind of sense, though it didn't explain why Dale had assigned me here without warning. That afternoon, we received a radio call from the entrance station. A visitor was requesting to speak with the ranger who'd found Mike's phone, Dr. Eleanor Webb, identifying herself as a primatologist from the University of Washington. "Should we talk to her?" I asked Martinez. "Might as well. She's already got permission to be in the park for her research. Says she's studying Olympic marmot populations." He didn't sound convinced. Dr. Webb arrived at my cabin 2 hours later, a slight woman in her 50s with silver-streaked hair and intense blue eyes. She carried herself with the confidence of someone comfortable in wilderness settings. "Thank you for meeting with me," she said after introductions. "I understand you've had some unusual experiences recently. Who told you about the phone?" I asked. "I have contacts in the local police department. They mentioned a missing hiker case with interesting details." She set her backpack down. "I should be up front with you. My official research focus is small mammals, but I've spent 20 years documenting evidence of non-human hominids in the Pacific Northwest." Martinez and I exchanged glances. "You're a Bigfoot hunter," he said flatly. Dr. Webb winced. "I prefer cryptid primatologist, but yes, essentially. The difference is, I approach this from a scientific perspective. No sensationalism, no television shows. Just methodical documentation and analysis." She reached into her pack and removed a thick file. "I've recorded over 30 encounters in this region alone, including several reports from rangers who've since been transferred or left the service. The file contained photographs of footprints similar to those I'd found, hair samples, and detailed witness accounts. Most compelling were several thermal imaging photos showing large bipedal heat signatures moving through forest environments." "What exactly are you suggesting these creatures are?" I asked. "Most likely a relict population of great apes that evolved alongside humans but remained isolated in remote wilderness regions," she replied. "They're highly intelligent, territorial, and appear to have complex social structures. The indigenous peoples have interacted with them for generations, maintaining a respectful distance." Martinez leaned forward. "And what about the disappearances? Like our missing hiker?" Dr. Webb's expression darkened. "That's more complicated. These beings typically avoid humans, but there have been aggressive encounters, particularly when people enter certain areas they consider forbidden. It's rare but not unprecedented." She turned to me. "You said there were offerings left at your cabin?" "Dead rabbits?" I nodded. That's unusual. In my research, such behavior typically indicates either a warning or... She hesitated. Or what? I prompted. Or communication. An attempt to establish some form of relationship. The three of us spent the evening reviewing evidence and sharing experiences. Dr. Webb asked permission to set up research equipment near my cabin, audio recorders, motion-activated cameras, and thermal imaging devices. I can help you understand what you're dealing with, she explained, and possibly help find your missing hiker if he's still alive. Against Martinez's reservations, I agreed. Something told me understanding this phenomenon was the only way to navigate my situation safely. That night, as we prepared for bed, strange calls echoed through the forest surrounding the cabin. Not quite animal, not quite human. A series of whoops and knocks that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. They're curious about us, Dr. Webb said quietly, activating her audio recorder, about why there are suddenly 3 humans in this territory. Martinez checked his sidearm. Let's hope curiosity is all it is. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed with Dr. Webb's arrival. The behavior patterns she described didn't match what I'd experienced. The offerings the phone deliberately placed where I would find it, it felt more personal than territorial. As I drifted off to sleep, the calls from the forest grew closer. In my half-dreaming state, they almost seemed to form words, a language just beyond my comprehension. I woke abruptly at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of heavy footsteps on my porch. Martinez was already up, his hand signaling me to remain quiet. Dr. Webb sat frozen in her sleeping bag, eyes wide. Something large moved outside the windows, its shadow passing across the glass. The wood of the porch creaked under significant weight. Then came a sound I'll never forget. A series of knocks against the cabin wall. Not random, but rhythmic. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow taps, repeated precisely 3 times. It's trying to communicate, Dr. Webb whispered, her voice trembling with excitement and fear. Before Martinez or I could stop her, she moved to the door and returned the knock pattern. The forest went suddenly, completely silent. Then something struck the door with enough force to rattle the frame. The impact against the door made us all jump. Martinez drew his sidearm, motioning for Dr. Webb to step back. I reached for the rifle I kept mounted above the fireplace, something I'd never thought I'd need to use. Don't, Dr. Webb hissed. If they wanted to break in, they could. That wasn't aggression. It was frustration. That thing nearly took the door off its hinges, Martinez replied. Because we're not understanding. She moved toward the window, keeping low. They're highly intelligent. The knock pattern was deliberate communication. Against my better judgment, I joined her at the window. Outside, the moon had risen, casting silver light across the clearing around my cabin. At first, I saw nothing. Then a massive shadow detached itself from the tree line. The creature stood upright, at least 8 feet tall, its body covered in dark hair. In the moonlight, I could make out broad shoulders, long arms, and a distinctly non-human silhouette. It remained at the edge of the forest, watching the cabin. Dr. Webb fumbled with her thermal camera, capturing images through the window. Remarkable, she whispered. Adult male, judging by the size and shoulder width. The creature raised an arm, clearly visible in the moonlight, and made a sweeping gesture toward the forest. Then it repeated the knock pattern we'd heard earlier, striking a nearby tree with enough force that bark splintered. It wants us to follow, Dr. Webb said. Absolutely not, Martinez responded immediately. I couldn't tear my eyes from the figure. What if it knows something about Mike? Dr. Webb nodded. Indigenous stories often mention these beings taking people, sometimes returning them. If your hiker is still alive, the creature made the gesture again more emphatically before melting back into the darkness. We stay put until morning, Martinez insisted. Radio for backup. This isn't a National Geographic special. It's a potential threat situation. We maintained watch and shifts through the remainder of the night. By dawn, there had been no further visitations, though the strange call-and-response vocalizations continued from the surrounding forest, seemingly from multiple sources. At first light, we discovered new offerings on the porch, not dead animals this time, but a collection of objects arranged in a precise line. A rusty pocket knife, a weathered compass, fragments of colored glass, and most disturbingly, a torn piece of fabric that matched the description of Mike's jacket. These are human objects, Dr. Webb noted, photographing the arrangement. Things they've collected or taken from people who entered their territory, or from people they've killed, Martinez added grimly. I picked up the compass with gloved hands. The glass was cracked, but the needle still moved. The manufacturer's mark on the back dated it to the 1970s. How many disappearances have there been in this section of the park? I asked. Martinez frowned. Officially? 2 or 3 per decade. Unofficially, more. Dr. Webb was examining the arrangement. This isn't random. They're mimicking human behavior they've observed. The straight line, the spacing between objects, it's deliberate. As we discussed the implications, my radio crackled to life. It was Dale. Thompson, we've got another situation. Family of 4 reported missing from the Cedar Creek campground. They were due to check in at the ranger station yesterday evening. My stomach dropped. Cedar Creek was less than 5 miles from my cabin in the direction the creature had gestured. We're forming search teams now, Dale continued. Can you and Martinez begin checking the trails heading north from the campground? After acknowledging, I turned to the others. This changes things. It could be connected, Dr. Webb agreed. Martinez looked conflicted. I should report what we've seen. And say what? I challenged. That Bigfoot left us a message? They'll pull us from the search and send in rangers who don't know what they're dealing with. In the end, we reached a compromise. Martinez would join the official search team approaching from the south. Dr. Webb and I would investigate the northern area, following the direction indicated by the creature. We would maintain radio contact hourly. As we prepared our gear, Dr. Webb shared more of her research. There's a consistent pattern in credible encounters, she explained. These beings seem to have territories and social structures similar to great apes. They avoid humans generally, but take interest in certain individuals. Why me? I asked. She considered the question carefully. It could be random, or something about you specifically. Your role as a ranger, your behavior, even your scent. They have acute senses, much better than ours. We set out mid-morning, following game trails that led north from the cabin. I carried my service weapon, emergency supplies, and a satellite radio. Dr. Webb brought her research equipment, moving with surprising agility for her age. The forest grew denser as we progressed, the canopy blocking most of the sunlight. About 2 miles in, we began finding signs, broken branches well above head height, distinctive footprints and occasional markers that Dr. Webb identified as territorial signposts, sticks arranged in X patterns or small stones stacked unnaturally. They're leaving us a trail, she said, excitement evident in her voice. I've never seen them this interactive before. I was less enthusiastic. Or they're leading us somewhere isolated. The trail took us deep into one of the most remote sections of the park, an old-growth forest that few hikers ever visited. The trees here were ancient, some predating European contact with North America. Around noon, we reached a small stream cutting through a ravine. As we stopped to refill our water bottles, I noticed something unnatural about a rocky outcropping on the opposite bank, a dark opening that appeared to be a cave entrance. Dr. Webb saw it too. Caves aren't common in this forest environment. As we watched, movement caught my eye. A small figure emerged briefly from the cave opening before ducking back inside. Not an adult like the creature we'd seen at the cabin, but something smaller. A juvenile, Dr. Webb whispered, raising her camera. This could be a family group. Before she could capture any images, a sound broke the silence, a human voice calling weakly for help. I recognized it immediately. That's a child. Without hesitation, I splashed across the shallow stream, drawing my sidearm as I approached the cave. Dr. Webb followed close behind, her research forgotten in the moment of crisis. The cave entrance was larger than it had appeared from a distance, tall enough for me to enter without ducking. The interior was surprisingly deep, extending back into darkness. Hello? I called. Park Ranger. Is anyone in here? A small voice answered from the shadows. Please help us. We can't get out. I switched on my flashlight, illuminating the interior. What I saw left me speechless. The cave opened into a larger chamber where 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children, sat huddled together. The missing family. They appeared physically unharmed but terrified. More shocking was what surrounded them. The cave walls were covered in crude drawings, handprints, stick figures, and more complex designs. Stone tools and animal bones lay scattered across the floor. along with more modern objects, backpacks, camping equipment, even a rusted bicycle frame, and just visible in a shadowed alcove at the back of the cave was a crouched figure, smaller than the creature we'd seen at the cabin, but unmistakably similar. "They won't let us leave," the father explained hurriedly as we approached. "They haven't hurt us, but they block the entrance whenever we try to go." "How many are there?" I asked, keeping my voice calm while scanning the cave. "At least 3 that we've seen. 2 large ones and the smaller one there." He nodded toward the alcove. Dr. Webb had gone completely still, staring at the juvenile being. "Remarkable," she breathed. "A family unit." "We need to get these people out now," I said firmly. "Radio Martinez and request immediate backup." As Dr. Webb reached for her radio, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the cave. The juvenile creature retreated deeper into the alcove. From outside came the sound of heavy movement. "They're coming back," the mother whispered, clutching her children closer. I positioned myself between the family and the cave entrance, weapon ready. "Stay behind me. When I give the word, move quickly toward the stream." The light from the entrance dimmed as something large blocked the opening. I raised my flashlight, illuminating the silhouette of the creature we'd seen at the cabin. Behind it stood another, slightly smaller but still imposing. Dr. Webb stepped forward, ignoring my warning to stay back. "We're not here to harm you," she said clearly, as if the creatures might understand English. "We just want to help these people return home." To my astonishment, the larger creature made a series of gestures, deliberate movements of its hands that seemed almost like sign language. Dr. Webb responded with similar gestures. "Primitive communication," she explained quickly, "based on what indigenous trackers have reported." The standoff continued for several tense minutes, with Dr. Webb attempting to communicate while I maintained my protective position. Finally, the creatures stepped aside from the entrance, though they remained watchful. "They're letting us go," Dr. Webb said, sounding surprised. "But they want something in return." "What?" I asked. She pointed to Mike's phone, which I'd kept in my pocket. "That and possibly you." "What do you mean they want me?" I demanded, keeping my voice low. Dr. Webb's expression was both fascinated and concerned. "Not to harm you, I think. They're curious about you specifically. You've entered their territory repeatedly without showing aggression. You've accepted their offerings. In their perception, you've engaged in exchange rituals." The family huddled behind us, the children wide-eyed with fear. "We need to get these people to safety," I insisted. "Whatever these creatures want from me can wait." I handed Mike's phone to Dr. Webb. "Give them this if they'll let us pass. I'll cover our retreat." She took the phone reluctantly. "If I'm right about their intelligence level, they understand more than we think. Breaking faith now could make things worse. We don't have a choice." With careful movements, Dr. Webb approached the cave entrance, holding the phone out. The smaller of the 2 creatures reached for it with surprisingly dexterous fingers, examining it briefly before tucking it away somewhere in its thick fur. The larger one remained focused on me, its deep-set eyes unreadable in the shadows of its face. "Go," I told the family, keeping my weapon pointed downward but ready. "Move slowly toward the stream. Dr. Webb will lead you." As they edged past the creatures, I maintained eye contact with the larger one, trying to project calm authority. The beings made no move to stop the family, though the smaller one emitted a series of low vocalizations that raised the hair on my neck. When everyone was safely outside, I began backing toward the entrance, never turning my back. The larger creature suddenly moved, covering the distance between us with startling speed. Before I could raise my weapon, it reached past me to the cave wall, pressing its massive hand against one of the drawings, a crude depiction of what appeared to be humans and the creatures together. The message seemed clear. "Even without words, I'll come back," I said, not knowing if it understood. "Alone, after they're safe." Whether by coincidence or comprehension, the creature stepped aside, allowing me to exit. Outside, Dr. Webb had already started leading the family toward the stream. I followed, constantly checking behind us. The creatures emerged from the cave but made no attempt to pursue, watching from the entrance as we crossed the water. "What happened in there?" Dr. Webb asked when we were a safe distance away. "I think I made a promise," I replied. The family, the Hendersons, we learned, told their story as we hiked back toward established trails. They had been setting up camp when they first noticed strange movements in the surrounding forest. After dark, their tent was suddenly torn open and they found themselves surrounded by the creatures. They didn't hurt us, Mr. Henderson explained. They just herded us through the forest to that cave. The children were terrified, but my wife noticed they were especially careful with them. Did they take anything from your campsite? Dr. Webb asked. Mrs. Henderson nodded. Our phones, a camera, some food. They're collecting technology, I realized. Things that capture images or make sounds. Dr. Webb's eyes lit with understanding. Of course. They're removing evidence of their existence. We radioed Martinez and the search team, coordinating a rendezvous point. I deliberately avoided mentioning the creatures in my transmission, referring only to the rescued family. As we neared the meeting location, Dr. Webb pulled me aside. What are you planning to do about your promise? She asked quietly. I don't know if it even understood me. It understood, she insisted. These beings have been evading human documentation for centuries while living alongside us. That requires intelligence. What would you suggest? That I go back alone to a cave with creatures that could tear me apart? Yes, she said simply. That's exactly what I'm suggesting. This could be an unprecedented opportunity for cross-species communication. The idea was absurd, dangerous, and yet I couldn't dismiss it entirely. My encounters had been different from the aggressive, territorial behavior described in most Bigfoot accounts. There seemed to be purpose behind their actions. After connecting with the search team and ensuring the Henderson family received medical attention, I pulled Martinez aside to explain the full situation. You can't seriously be considering this, he said after I outlined Dr. Webb's suggestion. What if Mike is still alive? What if there are others? Martinez looked torn. At least wait for proper backup. We can assemble a team, and what? Tranquilize them? Treat them like animals? I shook my head. Dr. Webb believes they're intelligent beings. If I show up with an armed team, any trust will be destroyed. In the end, we compromised. I would return to the cave area the following morning. Martinez and Dr. Webb would observe from a concealed position with communication equipment and weapons if needed. If I didn't return by sundown, they would call in emergency extraction. That night, back at my cabin, the forest was unusually quiet. No vocalizations, no movement detected by Dr. Webb's equipment. It was as if the creatures were waiting. I slept fitfully, dreaming of dark shapes moving through trees and eyes watching from shadows. In one vivid sequence, I found myself in a forest clearing surrounded by the beings, trying desperately to understand what they were communicating with their gestures and sounds. Morning came with fog shrouding the forest. As we prepared to return to the cave, Dr. Webb provided last-minute coaching. Move slowly, make no threatening gestures. If they offer something, accept it. Try to mirror their body language. She handed me a small recording device. Keep this running. Whatever happens, it's important to document. I still don't understand why they focused on me, I said. Dr. Webb studied me thoughtfully. In many indigenous traditions, certain people are believed to be able to bridge the gap between worlds. Someone who can see and be seen across boundaries. I'm just a park ranger. Perhaps that's enough. You protect their territory in a way they understand. We set out in silence, retracing our path from the previous day. Martinez and Dr. Webb established their observation point about 200 yards from the cave, concealed in dense undergrowth with a clear line of sight to the entrance. I continued alone, heart pounding against my ribs. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching like fingers, shadows deepening despite the morning light. At the stream crossing, I paused, sensing movement in the trees ahead. A large shadow detached itself from the forest, the creature from the cabin watching me from the opposite bank. I raised my empty hands, showing I carried no weapon. I came back as promised. The being made a gesture, arm extended, palm up, then turned toward the cave. An invitation. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the stream, crossing to the other side. The creature turned and moved toward the cave, clearly expecting me to follow. I'm continuing to the cave. I spoke softly into the radio. The subject is present and appears non-aggressive. The cave entrance seemed darker than I remembered, a mouth opening into the unknown. The creature paused, looking back to ensure I was still following. As I stepped across the threshold, leaving the daylight behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was crossing more than just a physical boundary. Inside, the cave appeared different. New drawings covered one wall, crude representations of what looked like my cabin, stick figures with long limbs, and something that disturbingly resembled a human with a ranger hat. The creature moved deeper into the cave, leading me to the chamber I'd seen before. There, arranged in the center of the space, was a collection of objects, phones, cameras, watches, all technology taken from various visitors to the forest over what must have been decades. Among them, I recognized Mike's backpack, and sitting against the far wall, thin but alive, was Mike. He looked up as I entered, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Ranger Thompson? Is that really you?" I rushed to his side, checking him for injuries. Besides being dehydrated and exhausted, he seemed relatively unharmed. "We've been searching for you for days. What happened?" "They took me," he said, his voice hoarse. "I was collecting firewood when I saw one watching me. I tried to take photos, then ran when it moved toward me. There were more of them. They surrounded me, brought me here." He glanced nervously at the creature standing at the cave entrance. "They've been studying me, I think, taking my things, bringing me food and water." The larger creature made a rumbling sound, drawing my attention. It moved to the pile of technological objects, selecting Mike's phone. With surprising dexterity, it activated the screen, navigating to the photos. "They're obsessed with the pictures I took," Mike explained. "They keep looking at them, then at me like they're trying to understand what the device does." The realization hit me. These beings understood that humans had technology that could prove their existence. They weren't just territorial. They were deliberately removing evidence. "They've been taking people who photograph them," I said slowly. "Not to harm them, but to confiscate the evidence." The creature made another sound, then pointed to Mike, then to me, then toward the cave entrance. The message seemed clear. I could take Mike and leave. Why now? I wondered aloud. Why let him go after keeping him for days? Mike looked between us. "Can we discuss this philosophical question after we get out of here?" I helped him to his feet, supporting his weight as he wobbled slightly. "We're leaving now. My team is waiting outside." As we moved toward the entrance, the creature blocked our path momentarily. It reached out, touching the ranger badge on my uniform, then pointed to itself. Dr. Webb's voice came through in my earpiece. "I think it's recognizing your role as a protector of the forest, similar to their own territorial behavior." "I understand," I told the creature, tapping my badge. "We protect the same land." This seemed to satisfy it. The being stepped aside, allowing us to pass. As we emerged into daylight, Mike squinted against the brightness. Martinez and Dr. Webb were already moving toward us, relief evident on their faces. Behind us, the creature remained in the shadow of the cave entrance, watching. "Don't look back," I told Mike. "Just keep moving toward the stream." As we crossed the water, I glanced back once. The creature had been joined by two others, including the smaller one I'd seen before. They stood silently at the cave entrance, a family group watching us retreat from their territory. "Will they follow us?" Mike asked nervously. "I don't think so," I replied. "They got what they wanted." Dr. Webb moved closer, her voice low. "This is unprecedented. A peaceful interaction, a clear exchange. This changes everything we understand about these beings. Or confirms what indigenous people have been saying for generations," I pointed out. Once we reached the observation point and Mike was safely seated, Martinez radioed for emergency medical evacuation. We were too deep in the wilderness for a ground extraction given Mike's condition. "What will you include in your report?" Martinez asked me privately. I looked back toward the distant cave, now invisible through the dense forest. "The truth, that we found Mike in an abandoned mine shaft where he'd sought shelter after getting lost. And the creatures." I considered the question carefully. "They've survived this long by remaining legends. Maybe that's how it should stay, at least for now." Dr. Webb overheard us. "You can't be serious. This is the scientific discovery of the century." "It's their forest," I said simply. "They were here first. They deserve their privacy." Martinez nodded in agreement. "The moment this gets out, their habitat would be overrun with curiosity seekers, hunters, media. They'd never know peace again." Dr. Webb looked conflicted. "My entire career has been building toward proof like this. And now you have it," I replied. "For yourself. Isn't that enough?" The helicopter arrived an hour later, hovering above a small clearing half a mile from our position. As the medical team loaded Mike aboard, I heard distant vocalizations from the forest. the creatures communicating among themselves, or perhaps saying goodbye. Before boarding, Dr. Webb approached me. "I'm keeping my research data, but I respect your decision. The Park Service has been covering this up for decades anyway." "Not covering up," I corrected. "Protecting. There's a difference." As the helicopter lifted off, I gazed down at the vast green canopy below. Somewhere in that ancient forest, intelligent beings watched and waited, as they had for centuries. I knew I would return to my cabin, continue my duties as a ranger, and keep the secret of what lived in the deepest parts of Olympic National Park. But I would never again feel alone in the wilderness. The forest had eyes. And now they knew me. 3 months passed. Summer brought the expected influx of tourists to Olympic National Park, keeping me busy with routine ranger duties. The Henderson family had stuck to our agreed story, that they had become disoriented and spent a night in the woods before being found by search teams. Mike similarly attributed his ordeal to becoming lost and taking shelter in an old mining tunnel. Dr. Webb remained in the park longer than planned, conducting her marmot research while surreptitiously gathering more data on our forest inhabitants. She departed eventually with promises to keep their existence confidential, though I wondered how long her scientific curiosity would remain contained. My cabin felt different now. I'd grown accustomed to the sensation of being watched, no longer startled by occasional glimpses of large shapes moving through distant trees or the found objects that sometimes appeared on my porch. Interesting stones, unusually shaped branches, once even a perfect eagle feather left precisely centered on my welcome mat. Dale never questioned my official report, though something in his eyes told me he suspected the truth. He did, however, approve my request to restrict certain remote areas from public access, citing sensitive ecological research. "You seem different," he commented during one of his infrequent visits to my station. "More at peace out here." "I've found my place," I replied simply. On a warm August evening, I sat on my porch watching the sunset paint the forest canopy in gold. The familiar whooping calls echoed from the distant ridgeline, their evening communications. My radio crackled to life. "Thompson, you there? Got a report of unusual activity near Cedar Ridge, probably nothing but worth checking out." I smiled to myself. "I'll handle it. Probably just our forest friends. 10-4, just don't make any new acquaintances out there." Gathering my gear, I headed into the deepening twilight. The path was familiar now, worn by my frequent patrols. As I walked, I sensed movement paralleling my route, a large shadow keeping pace through the trees. My watcher. My guardian. Or perhaps I was theirs. The mystery that had begun in fear had transformed into something else, a strange symbiosis between ranger and legend, human and cryptid, two species sharing the same ancient forest but living in different worlds. Sometimes, when the night is especially quiet, I hear knocking on my cabin wall, that same rhythmic pattern. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow taps. I always respond in kind. I've learned much about them in these months. They avoid fire and technology. They communicate through complex vocalizations and sign language. They leave territorial markers that, once you know what to look for, are obvious throughout the deep forest. They observe humans constantly but rarely reveal themselves, and they remember faces, especially mine. Last week, a hiker reported seeing a bear standing on 2 legs near the restricted area. When I investigated, I found fresh footprints leading away from the trail, and the hiker's dropped camera with its memory card neatly removed. I smiled, knowing what had happened, and continued following the tracks. They led me to a small clearing where the memory card lay carefully placed on a flat stone. A gift, a sign of trust, an exchange. I left a ranger patch in its place, a symbol of my promise to protect not just the forest, but its most elusive inhabitants. That night, standing at the edge of my cabin clearing under a star-filled sky, I called out to the darkness using the vocalizations I'd been practicing. A simple greeting, according to Dr. Webb's research. From the blackness between ancient trees came a response, deeper, more resonant than any human voice could produce. I no longer fear the watcher in the woods. We guard the same wilderness, patrol the same boundaries, protect the same secrets. Sometimes on my days off, I hike to the stream near the cave and sit quietly. Often I'm joined by a large figure who keeps a respectful distance but seems to enjoy the companionable silence. We watch the water together, Two sentient beings from different evolutionary paths sharing a moment of peace. The locals have started noticing something different about my section of the park. Fewer missing hikers, less vandalism, a sense of being gently turned away from certain areas by an inexplicable feeling of unease or disorientation. That north quadrant feels spooky, one seasonal ranger commented, like something's watching you all the time. Just the forest, I replied. It's alive in its own way, more alive than they could possibly understand. Last night I dreamed I was deep in the woods, surrounded by the creatures, not as an outsider, but as part of their circle. In the dream, I understood their language, their gestures, their ancient connection to this land. I woke to find fresh tracks in the soft earth around my cabin, a deliberate circle, as if something had been standing guard while I slept. My radio sits silent beside me now as I write this account. Soon it will crackle to life with routine park business, and I'll return to my official duties, but always in the corner of my eye I'll sense movement among the trees, a flicker of dark fur, the gleam of intelligent eyes watching from shadow. The legends were always true. The forest has guardians older than human memory, more patient than our brief civilization. They were here before us, and if we're wise enough to protect their secrets, they'll remain long after we're gone. I am Ranger Thompson of Olympic National Park, assigned to the North Quadrant. My jurisdiction includes 1 million acres of pristine wilderness, dozens of hiking trails, multiple waterways, countless wildlife species, and a family of Sasquatch who know me by name. Every evening as darkness claims the forest, I stand on my porch and call out to my watcher with 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow taps against the wooden railing. The answer always comes, echoing from the ancient trees. I am never alone in these woods, and neither are you. I never thought I'd end up here, alone in the heart of Olympic National Park. After 8 years with the National Park Service, I'd seen my share of strange things, but nothing prepared me for the events that would unfold at the Hoh Rainforest Ranger Station. My name is Alex Mercer. Before this assignment, I'd worked at Yellowstone and Glacier, dealing with everything from lost hikers to aggressive wildlife. My superiors called me reliable, the kind of ranger who could handle isolation. That's why they sent me to replace Jim Holden, who'd abandoned his post without explanation after serving 15 years at this remote outpost. The cabin sat nestled among ancient spruce and hemlock trees draped in moss. From the outside, it was picturesque. The quintessential forest ranger's quarters with a small front porch, shuttered windows, and a metal roof that amplified the constant patter of rain. Inside, it was functional but Spartan. A main room with a desk and radio equipment, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom. "You'll be fine here," Supervisor Ramirez had assured me during our last call. "Just standard patrols, some tourist assistance during peak season, and wildlife monitoring. The isolation gets to some people, but your record suggests you'll manage." What Ramirez didn't mention was Jim's logbook, which I found hidden beneath loose floorboards under the bed. The final entries disturbed me. Day 237. 3rd night of vocalizations. Too structured to be wolf or cougar. Too deep for any known species in these parts. Day 240 found another tree structure, 20 feet tall. No human could have built this without equipment. Day 241, footprints by the Eastern Creek, 19 inches. No bear walks like this. Day 245, it's watching the cabin. I can feel it. This will be my last entry. If anyone finds this, don't stay after dark. I should have reported the journal immediately. Instead, I tucked it away, convincing myself it was the ramblings of a man broken by solitude. My first 2 weeks passed uneventfully. I patrolled designated trails, assisted the occasional hiker, and documented wildlife sightings. The rainforest lived up to its name. Precipitation was constant, creating a perpetual twilight beneath the canopy. Cell service was non-existent, and my only connection to the outside world was the radio, which I checked in on twice daily. It was during the 3rd week when I first noticed something odd. Returning from an eastern patrol, I spotted a structure of broken trees. Not fallen naturally, but deliberately arranged in an X pattern, too precise to be coincidence. The trees were massive, requiring tremendous force to snap. No windstorm could have created such a formation. That night I awoke to a sound that still haunts me, a low, rhythmic vocalization echoing through the forest. Not quite a howl, Not quite speech, but something unsettlingly in between. It lasted for 3 minutes before fading into silence. I told myself it was nothing, maybe a bizarre acoustical phenomenon caused by wind through the trees. But deep down I remembered Jim's logbook, and a primal fear began to take root. The next morning I found footprints in the mud near my cabin. They were immense, at least 18 inches long, with a stride length of over 4 feet. I photographed them before the rain washed them away, trying to convince myself they were from a hoaxer with fake feet attachments. But out here, miles from any road access, the effort seemed impossible. That evening, as darkness fell, I locked the cabin doors and windows, checking twice. I kept my service pistol close as I sat at the desk reviewing maps. Around midnight, something heavy moved across the cabin's porch, causing the wooden planks to creak. The sound froze my blood. Whatever it was massive and deliberate in its movements. I remained motionless, barely breathing, as something large scraped against the exterior wall. Then came a sound I'll never forget. 3 distinct knocks on the cabin door. Purposeful, intelligent, no animal knocks. The knocking stopped, but the presence remained. I could feel it, massive and watchful, just beyond the wooden walls of my cabin. My training had never covered anything like this. I dealt with aggressive black bears, mountain lions, even the occasional moose, but nothing that knocked on doors with apparent intelligence. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first gray light filtered through the trees, I cautiously stepped onto the porch, service pistol holstered but ready. The evidence was undeniable. Large, muddy handprints marked the wooden railing. They were unmistakably hand-shaped but massive, easily twice the size of my own. 5 digits, opposable thumbs. Too large for any known primate in North America. I photographed everything before the rain washed it away. The protocol for unusual incidents required documentation and reporting, but something held me back from radioing headquarters. How could I explain this without sounding like I'd lost my mind? Yes, Supervisor Ramirez, I believe Bigfoot visited my cabin last night. Career suicide. Instead, I decided to investigate. My years of tracking experience might reveal a logical explanation. Perhaps someone playing an elaborate prank or some undocumented animal behavior. I began with concentric circles around the cabin, working outward methodically. Half a mile east, I found it. Another structure, this one more elaborate than the crossed trees. Branches and small trees had been woven into a dome-like shelter, big enough for something large to rest inside. The construction showed purpose and design, not random debris collected by wind or water. I approached cautiously, the hair on my neck standing on end despite the daylight. Inside the structure lay a deer carcass, recently killed. Its neck was broken, not torn or clawed as a predator would do. More disturbing were the sections of meat removed with precision, not the ragged tearing of scavengers. Whatever did this had hands and purpose. That night I set up my first surveillance. Using trail cameras borrowed from my wildlife monitoring kit, I positioned them around the cabin's perimeter. If anything approached, I'd have evidence. Sleep came in fitful bursts, my dreams invaded by shadowy figures moving just beyond my vision. Around 2 a.m., the distinct sound of breaking branches jerked me awake. Something large was moving through the underbrush about 50 yards from the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight but hesitated at the window. Did I really want to see what was out there? The vocalizations began again, low, resonant calls that seemed to penetrate the walls. They had structure, almost like language, rising and falling in patterns too complex for typical animal sounds. They continued for 17 minutes. I timed it, listening in terror and fascination. When morning came, I rushed to check the trail cameras. One was missing entirely, torn from its mounting. Another was intact but pointed skyward, as if something had deliberately adjusted its angle. The third, however, had captured something, a blurry image of a massive, upright figure moving between trees. The photo was frustratingly indistinct, showing only a dark silhouette against the night forest, but the proportions were all wrong for a human. The height, compared to known trees in the frame, suggested something at least 8 feet tall. That afternoon, I hiked to the ranger station's small satellite shed to use the emergency uplink. My hands trembled as I typed an email to Dr. Elena Vasquez, a wildlife biologist I'd worked with at Yellowstone who specialized in undocumented species accounts. I attached the photos and a brief description of events, careful to maintain a professional tone despite my growing fear. Her response came hours later. Alex, these prints and structures are consistent with accounts I've documented across the PNW. The Olympic Peninsula has a long history of such sightings. The native tribes, particularly the Kino, have extensive oral traditions about the hairy ones who live in the mountains. Be careful. Do not approach if encountered. These beings typically avoid human contact, but territorial encounters have been reported. I can be there in 3 days. 3 days. I had to survive 3 more nights alone with whatever was stalking my cabin. That evening, as twilight descended, the forest fell unnaturally silent. No birds, no insects. Nothing but the gentle patter of raindrops on leaves. In wilderness management, we're taught that sudden wildlife silence often indicates the presence of an apex predator. I secured the cabin, double-checking locks and closing shutters. As darkness fell completely, I heard it. Heavy footsteps circling the perimeter. Slow, methodical, assessing. I clutched my flashlight, unwilling to look outside, yet unable to ignore the sounds. Then came the knocking again. 3 distinct taps on the wall, followed by 3 more on another wall. Then the east window. Then the door. It was testing every entrance. I held my breath as something massive pressed against the door. Wood creaking under tremendous pressure. The handle turned slightly, testing. I had locked it, but how long would standard locks hold against such strength? What do you want? I finally called out, my voice cracking. The movement outside ceased immediately. Silence hung heavy for several heartbeats. Then came a response that chills me even now to recall. A perfect mimicry of my own voice repeating back, "What do you want?" The voice, my voice, repeated from outside sent me reeling backward, knocking over a chair in my panic. How is this possible? No known animal can mimic human speech with such precision. Parrots, ravens, certain primates. None could replicate not just words, but tone and inflection. The thing outside fell silent after its disturbing mimicry. I remained frozen, listening to my own ragged breathing until dawn gradually lightened the sky. Only then did I dare approach the windows. The clearing around my cabin had been transformed. Dozens of stick structures, small versions of the shelter I'd found in the forest, surrounded the building in concentric circles. Each stood about 3 feet tall, meticulously constructed with interwoven branches. This wasn't random animal behavior. It was communication, a message, a warning. I spent the morning photographing everything, my ranger training kicking in despite my fear. Documentation was essential, even if I couldn't yet understand what I was documenting. By midday, I'd filled an SD card with images and made detailed notes in my logbook. As I reviewed my photos on the cabin's computer, something caught my eye in the background of one image. A dark figure standing at the forest's edge, partially obscured by a massive cedar. Enlarging the photo revealed little detail, but the proportions were unmistakable. Whatever it was stood upright, was covered in dark hair, and had to be at least 8 feet tall. It had been watching me while I documented its handiwork. That afternoon, I decided to try communication. If this creature showed signs of intelligence, and everything pointed to that conclusion, perhaps there was a way to establish peaceful contact. Using fallen branches, I constructed my own crude stick structure in the clearing, mimicking the design of the others. As I worked, the sensation of being watched intensified. The forest surrounding the cabin clearing was dense enough to conceal something large, and occasionally I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision. Nothing definitive, just shadows shifting in ways that didn't match the wind's patterns. I finished my structure and placed near it some offerings, a plastic container of water and an apple. Simple, non-threatening items. Then I retreated to the cabin to observe from the window. Hours passed with no activity. As dusk approached, I began to wonder if my gesture had been too subtle or misunderstood. Then, just as the light faded, movement caught my eye. Something large emerged partially from the tree line, just an arm and shoulder visible, reaching toward my stick structure. The limb was massive, covered in dark reddish-brown hair, with a hand that appeared disturbingly human-like but proportionally enormous. The creature carefully examined my construction without fully exposing itself, showing caution and intelligence. After inspecting the structure, it reached for the apple, took it, and retreated into the forest. The water remained untouched. Progress, I thought. Communication of some kind had occurred. I documented everything in my logbook, noting the deliberate care with which the creature had examined my offering. That night was quieter. No knocking, no mimicry. Just occasional heavy footsteps circling at a distance and, around midnight, a long, mournful vocalization from deep in the forest. It sounded almost like singing, rising and falling notes carried on the damp night air. I slept fitfully but without the paralyzing fear of previous nights. In the morning, I found the plastic water container moved to the base of a tree. Beside it lay a freshly killed rabbit. Not mangled or partially eaten, just killed cleanly and placed there deliberately. An exchange of gifts? The implications were staggering. If true, I was experiencing contact with a species of intelligence capable of symbolic thinking and reciprocity, cornerstones of higher cognition. On my fourth morning, while checking the perimeter, I found something that complicated everything. Boot prints. Human boot prints, size 12, relatively fresh. Someone else had been here, moving stealthily around my cabin. The prints came from the direction of the access road, circled the clearing at a distance, and returned the same way. I was not alone with the creature. Someone else knew about it and was watching both of us. Following standard protocol for unauthorized presence, I radioed headquarters. Olympic North Base, this is host station. I've detected unauthorized personnel in my vicinity, over. After a pause, Ramirez responded. Copy, host station. Can you describe? Single individual, size 12 boot, moving covertly around my perimeter. No visual contact made. Another pause, longer this time. Understood. Likely monitoring team personnel. Forest Service is conducting surveys in your area. Should be no cause for concern. His response struck me as odd. Monitoring teams always checked in with rangers in their patrol areas. It was basic courtesy and safety protocol. And why would they be moving covertly? Copy that, I replied, my suspicion growing. Any update on when my supply drop will arrive? 3 days, weather permitting. After signing off, I reviewed Jim's logbook again, searching for any mention of mysterious observers. Near the beginning of his entries, before they grew increasingly paranoid, he noted, government researchers asking strange questions about local folklore. Claimed to be doing archaeological survey. No proper identification provided. Something bigger was happening here. The creature in the forest, Jim's disappearance, the mysterious observer, and now headquarters' casual dismissal of unauthorized personnel. They were connected somehow, and I was caught in the middle. That night, as rain pounded the metal roof, I heard the creature's return. Heavy footsteps approached deliberately, not circling this time but coming directly to my porch. 3 knocks on the door, now familiar in their rhythm. Against all better judgment, I approached the door. I know you're intelligent, I said loudly. I want to understand why you're here. Silence followed. Then came the response in that uncanny mimicry of my own voice. Why you're here. It wasn't just repeating, it was asking. The creature's question hung in the air between us, separated only by the cabin's wooden door. Its ability to twist my words into a question revealed an understanding of language that went beyond simple mimicry. It comprehended the concept of inquiry. I'm here to protect the forest, I answered, my voice steadier than I expected. To help people who are lost. To study the wildlife. A long silence followed. I pressed my ear against the door, hearing heavy breathing on the other side. Then came a response, not in my voice this time, but in a deeper, rougher approximation of human speech. Protect. The single word sent chills down my spine, not from fear but from the implications. This was direct communication with an unknown intelligent species. Yes, protect, I confirmed. From harm. Another pause, then. Others come. Not protect, take, my mind raced. Was it referring to the mysterious boot prints? To researchers, poachers? What do they take? I asked. No verbal response came, but something slid under the door, a small object that clinked against the wooden floor. When I picked it up, my blood ran cold. It was a small metal dart, the kind used in tranquilizer guns for wildlife management. Before I could ask anything more, heavy footsteps retreated from the porch. Whatever connection we'd established, the creature had decided to end our conversation for the night. I spent hours examining the dart under my desk lamp, standard issue for large mammal sedation, but with no identifying marks that might indicate which agency it came from. I secured it in an evidence bag, adding it to my growing collection of documentation. The next morning, I decided to search for the source of the boot prints I'd discovered. Following their trail, I hiked about 2 miles northwest of my cabin where the prints disappeared near an unmarked forestry road. Signs of a vehicle having been parked there were evident, flattened vegetation and oil spots on the dirt. As I turned to head back, something caught my eye, a flash of metal in the underbrush about 50 yards off the road. Approaching cautiously, I discovered a wildlife camera strapped to a tree, positioned with a clear view of a game trail. This wasn't one of mine, nor was it tagged with National Park Service identification. The only marking was a small logo I didn't recognize, a triangle with what appeared to be a stylized eye in its center. I left it undisturbed but photographed it from multiple angles. Someone was conducting unauthorized surveillance in my jurisdiction. Returning to the cabin, I felt increasingly uneasy. Jim Holden's logbook now seemed less like paranoid ramblings and more like the observations of someone who had stumbled onto something significant and potentially dangerous. That afternoon, I decided to investigate the cabin more thoroughly, searching for any additional information Jim might have left behind. In the storage closet, beneath stacks of old equipment manuals, I found a sealed waterproof bag containing a USB drive and a handwritten note. To whoever replaces me, if you're reading this, you've noticed things that don't add up. The creatures in these forests aren't legends. They're real, intelligent, and have been here longer than us. I've documented 18 months of encounters on this drive, but that's not why I'm leaving. 3 weeks ago, I observed a team tranquilizing and taking one of them, a juvenile based on size. Government plates on their vehicles, but no identifiable agency markings. When I reported it through channels, I was told to maintain position and disregard. They're monitoring my communications. This cabin is probably bugged. They'll come for me soon for what I've seen, so I'm leaving tonight. If the creatures approach you, they're not hostile. They're asking for help. The truth is on this drive. Be careful who you trust. Jim, with shaking hands, I connected the drive to my laptop, finding hundreds of video files meticulously organized by date. The earliest showed distant figures moving through the forest, similar to what I'd captured on my trail cams. But as the months progressed, the footage became clearer, more deliberate. Jim had gradually earned their trust, documenting encounters at increasingly close range. The final video, dated just days before his disappearance, chilled me to the bone. Shot from a concealed position, it showed a clearing where 3 men in unmarked tactical gear were loading what appeared to be a sedated Sasquatch, there was no other word for it, into a reinforced container on a truck. The creature was smaller than the one I'd encountered, with reddish-brown hair. A juvenile, as Jim had noted. The video ended abruptly, as if Jim had been forced to stop filming. His final logbook entry suddenly made perfect sense. This will be my last entry. If anyone finds this, don't stay after dark. He wasn't warning about the creatures, he was warning about the people hunting them. That night, as rain lashed the cabin windows, I made copies of everything, the photos, Jim's logs, the video files, and secured them in multiple locations. One set went into my personal backpack, another hidden in a waterproof container buried near a distinctive tree I could easily relocate. I was contemplating my next move when the radio crackled to life. Host station, this is Olympic North Base. Be advised we're sending a special research team to your location tomorrow morning. They'll need full access to your station and records. Please prepare accordingly, over. Ramirez's voice sounded strained, formal, in a way that set alarm bells ringing. Copy that, I responded. May I ask the nature of their research? Over. A pause then. Wildlife management assessment. Standard procedure. No need for concern. Olympic North Base out. The abrupt end to the conversation told me everything I needed to know. They were coming, not to check on me, but to check what I knew. As I shut off the radio, 3 loud knocks came from the rear of the cabin, from a window, not the door. Moving quietly, I peered through the gap in the shutters. Large, intelligent eyes stared back at me from a face that was both alien and eerily familiar. The creature had come closer than ever before, its massive form hunched to peer inside. It raised one huge hand and pressed something against the glass, a torn piece of fabric that I recognized with a shock. It was from a park ranger uniform, with a name tag still attached. The tag read, Holden. The name tag pressed against my window changed everything. Jim Holden hadn't simply disappeared or run away. He had made contact, perhaps even an alliance, with the creatures. And now they were trying to tell me something about his fate. I cracked the window slightly. Is he alive? Jim Holden, is he with you? The creature's eyes, deep amber and disconcertingly human, blinked slowly. It withdrew the name tag and made a gesture with its massive hand, pointing northwest into the deeper mountains. "Jim, go?" it said in that rough approximation of speech. The word seemed physically difficult for it to form, as if its vocal apparatus wasn't quite designed for human language. "The men who come tomorrow, are they the ones who take your kind?" I asked. The creature's reaction was immediate. A low, rumbling growl from deep in its chest. Its eyes narrowed and it nodded once emphatically. "I won't let them take you," I promised, though I had no idea how I could stop a trained team likely armed with tranquilizer guns and who knew what else. The creature studied me for a long moment, as if assessing my sincerity. Then it reached into a crude pouch made of woven plant fibers that hung at its side. From it extracted something small and placed it on the windowsill, a carved wooden figure, roughly the shape of one of their kind. Standing tall with arms outstretched, I accepted the token, recognizing it as a gesture of trust. "Thank you." The creature made a motion toward the mountains again, then another gesture that seemed to indicate urgency. "You want me to go with you?" "Now?" I asked, understanding dawning. It nodded again, more vigorously. My training and duty warred with the evidence before me. Abandoning my post was a serious breach of protocol, but the team arriving tomorrow wasn't coming for routine research. They were coming to silence another witness and potentially capture another of these intelligent beings. "Give me 10 minutes. I said. I moved quickly, gathering only essential survival gear into my pack. First aid kit, water purification tablets, fire starter, compass, knife, emergency rations, and a tarp. I added my documentation and Jim's USB drive, securing everything in waterproof bags. I changed from my uniform into dark hiking clothes and sturdy boots. When I returned to the window, the creature had retreated to the edge of the clearing, but remained visible, watching intently. I left my service pistol behind, a gesture of trust and a practical decision, as firing on federal agents would only make my situation worse. Instead, I took only my personal hunting knife and a canister of bear spray. As a final act, I placed my ranger badge on the desk alongside a brief note, investigating reports of a lost hiker northwest of station. Will radio upon return. Ranger Mercer, simple, plausible, and would hopefully buy me some time before anyone realized I'd fled deliberately. I slipped out the rear door and crossed the clearing to where the creature waited. Up close, its size was even more impressive, at least 8 feet tall with a frame that combined massive strength with a strange fluid grace. The reddish-brown hair covering its body was not the matted mess of legend, but appeared clean and groomed. Its face, while primate-like, had a distinctly thoughtful expression. Without a word, it turned and moved into the forest with surprising silence for its size. I followed, struggling at times to keep pace as it navigated the dense undergrowth with the ease of one born to this environment. We traveled for hours through the night, moving steadily northwest toward the most remote regions of the Olympic Range. The creature set a demanding pace but occasionally paused, seeming to sense when I needed to rest. During one such break, as I sipped water from my bottle, it made a gesture toward my pack and then to itself. "You want to see what I'm carrying?" I asked. It nodded, that human gesture now familiar. I opened my pack, showing the contents piece by piece. When I reached Jim's USB drive, the creature reached out one massive finger and touched it gently. "Evidence," I explained, "of what they've done to your kind. To help you." The creature made a sound, not quite speech, but not animalistic either, something between a hum and a word, acknowledging understanding. As dawn approached, we reached what appeared to be our destination, a concealed valley between 2 steep ridges, invisible from the air and accessible only through a narrow ravine. The creature led me through this natural gateway into a hidden world. The valley floor contained a series of carefully constructed shelters, dome-like structures similar to the one I'd found near my cabin, but larger and more elaborate. Movement between them revealed more of the creatures. I counted at least 7, varying in size and the shade of their hair. They moved with purpose around a central area where a small stream provided fresh water. This wasn't just a temporary camp. It was a settlement, a community. One figure separated from the group and approached us, slightly smaller than my guide, but walking with an authority the others seemed to respect. It studied me intently before making a series of vocalizations to my companion. They were communicating in their own language. Complex, structured sounds unlike anything I'd heard from known wildlife. My guide responded, occasionally gesturing toward me or my pack. Some kind of explanation, I assumed. The apparent leader then turned to me and spoke in halting but clear English. You, Alex, Jim, friend. The shock of hearing my name nearly buckled my knees. Yes, I managed. I'm Alex. I found Jim's messages. Where is he? The leader pointed toward one of the larger shelters. With trepidation and wonder, I approached and ducked inside, my eyes adjusting to the dimmer light. A man sat cross-legged on a bed of woven branches covered with soft mosses. His beard was wild and his hair long, but I recognized him immediately from his personnel file. Jim Holden, the missing ranger. Took you long enough, he said, his voice hoarse from disuse. I was hoping they'd send someone who could piece it together. Jim, I breathed. Everyone thinks you've lost your mind or deserted. That's what they want people to think, he said grimly. Anyone who gets close to the truth either disappears or gets discredited. I made my choice. I stayed with the Sasquatch. They call themselves the Kawani in their language. They saved me when the extraction team came for me. The people coming to my cabin tomorrow, they're not just researchers, Jim interrupted. They're part of a black project studying these beings, taking specimens. I've seen their facility. It's hidden in an abandoned mine complex about 20 miles from here. The Kawani have been losing members of their tribe for decades. A chill ran through me as I processed his words. We need to expose this. Jim's laugh was bitter. With what proof? They'll call the footage fake, call us crazy, and disappear anyone who believes us. I tried official channels. It nearly got me killed. But they're intelligent, I insisted. Self-aware. This is first contact with another sentient species. The world needs to know. Yes, came a voice from the shelter entrance. The leader of the Kawani who had followed me inside. World must know, but world dangerous. I realized then that Jim hadn't been hiding. He'd been learning, building trust, documenting a civilization that had existed alongside ours in secret for centuries. Tomorrow, Jim said, they'll find your cabin empty. They'll search for you. We need to move deeper into the territory tonight. The Kawani know places even the most experienced trackers can't find. As night fell over the hidden valley, I sat with Jim and the Kawani leader, who Jim called Enka, around a small, carefully concealed fire. Other members of the tribe brought food, berries, roots, and fish prepared with surprising sophistication. They've been watching humans for generations, Jim explained quietly. Learning our languages, studying our behavior. They're incredibly intelligent. Maybe more so than us in some ways. They understand ecology, have their own medicine, their own art. Enka made a series of gestures, which Jim translated. He says their kind is ancient. They've watched humans rise from small tribes to great cities. They've stayed hidden because every encounter with humans has brought suffering. Until you, I noted. Jim nodded. And now you. They're trusting us with their existence because they have no choice. The team that's hunting them has technology, weapons. The Kawani need allies who understand the human world. As we spoke, one of the younger Kawani approached, carrying something with reverence, a stone tablet covered in intricate carvings. Their history, Jim explained. Stories passed down for thousands of years. They've lived in these mountains since before humans came to this continent. I traced the symbols with my finger, recognizing depictions of great migrations, changes in climate, encounters with other tribes. This wasn't just evidence of an unknown species. It was proof of a civilization that had developed separately from our own. We can't let them be captured and studied like animals, I said firmly. They're people. Different, but people. Enka's eyes met mine, understanding passing between us despite the gulf of evolution that separated our species. Tomorrow, he said in his rough approximation of English, we show Truth Place, where they take Kawani. Jim looked grim. He means the research facility. We've been monitoring it from a distance, planning a way to free the captured Kawani. With your help and your evidence, we might have a chance. As I settled onto a bed of soft mosses in one of the shelters that night, the enormity of what I'd discovered weighed heavily on my mind. Tomorrow would bring dangerous choices and actions that would forever change my life, and possibly the world's understanding of what shares this planet with us. In the darkness, I heard the soft melodic vocalizations of the Kawani, their evening songs, Jim had called them. Not the terrifying sounds I'd once feared, but the expressions of a complex culture that had remained hidden in plain sight. The mysterious knocks that had once filled me with dread now seemed like gentle attempts at connection, AI species reaching out across an ancient divide, asking simply to be understood. Outside my shelter, the forest had never felt more alive, more aware. What I had once perceived as an empty wilderness now revealed itself as a homeland, one that had nurtured an intelligent species that watched from the shadows as humanity spread across the continent. Tomorrow would bring confrontation with those who sought to capture and study these beings. But tonight, surrounded by the Kawani community, I felt something I hadn't expected, a profound sense of purpose, and the weight of a trust placed in me by beings who had every reason to fear humans. Jim's final words before we parted for the night echoed in my mind. Once you've seen them, really seen them, you can never go back to believing we're alone. The question isn't whether we can prove they exist. It's whether we deserve to know them at all. Dawn broke with muted light filtering through the forest canopy. I emerged from my shelter to find the Kawani community already active, moving with purpose. Something had changed overnight. There was a tension in the air, a sense of urgency I hadn't felt the previous evening. Jim approached, his expression grim. They've moved up their timetable. My Kawani scouts report vehicles heading toward your cabin earlier than expected. And worse, there's activity at the research facility. They're preparing for something big. How do you know? I asked. The Kawani have been watching the facility for months. They have sentries positioned throughout the forest. They communicate using those vocalizations you heard. It's not just language. It's a communication network that spans miles. Enka joined us carrying what appeared to be crude maps drawn on flattened bark. He spread them on the ground, pointing to various locations marked with symbols. Facility here, he said, indicating a spot about 10 miles northwest. Men who take have our young ones. Jim translated the more complex ideas. They've captured 3 juvenile Kawani in the past month, more than ever before. Enka believes they're escalating their research because they've finally realized what they're dealing with. Not just an undiscovered primate, but an intelligent species, which makes the situation more dangerous, I concluded. If they acknowledge the Kawani's intelligence, they might never release this information to the public. The ethical implications alone would be explosive. Enka made a series of gestures and sounds that Jim interpreted. He says today is when they move the captured ones. Something about the flying machine. Helicopter, I realized. They're going to transport them to another facility. We're running out of time. What followed was a flurry of activity as the Kawani prepared for what I realized was a rescue mission long in planning. They gathered implements that served as tools and potential weapons, sharpened stone blades, heavy wooden clubs, and intricately woven net-like devices. Jim explained our role. The facility has security systems that the Kawani can't navigate, electronic locks, cameras, possibly armed guards. But they've observed patterns, shift changes. With my ranger knowledge and your fresh documentation, we might find a way inside. And then what? I asked. Free their kind, gather whatever evidence we can about the operation, and disappear back into the deep wilderness. The Kawani know places in these mountains where no human has set foot in centuries. The plan was audacious, possibly suicidal, but the alternative, allowing an intelligent species to be captured, studied, and possibly destroyed, was unthinkable. We moved swiftly through the forest, a group of 12 Kawani led by Enka, with Jim and me following their nearly silent passage. Their movement through the dense undergrowth was mesmerizing, fluid and efficient, leaving barely a trace despite their size. After 4 hours of travel, Enka raised his hand, signaling for stillness. Ahead, through a break in the trees, I caught my first glimpse of the facility. A series of low concrete buildings surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. It looked like an abandoned mining operation repurposed for new use. A helipad occupied one corner of the compound, and I could see figures in dark uniforms patrolling the perimeter. 2 guards at the main gate, Jim whispered. Another at the rear entrance. Cameras on all corners. Enka made a series of gestures, which Jim translated. They know when the guards change positions. There's a 10-minute window at dusk when the eastern section has no coverage. We withdrew deeper into the forest to finalize our plan. I retrieved my documentation and Jim's USB drive, which contained even more extensive evidence of both the Kawani's intelligence and the unauthorized capture operations. We need to establish what they're doing in there and gather enough evidence to make this public in a way that can't be dismissed, I said. Jim, what exactly did you see when you observed them before? Jim's eyes darkened. They were treating the captured Kawani like laboratory specimens, taking samples, conducting tests. One building has reinforced containment cells. Another seems to be for research. I heard one of the researchers mention genetic viability and hybridization potential. The implications were chilling. This wasn't just zoological research, it suggested something far more invasive and ethically abhorrent. As dusk approached, we moved into position near the eastern fence. Enka and 2 other Kawani would create a diversion on the western side while Jim and I, accompanied by 3 of the most agile Kawani, would breach the perimeter. Everything happened with shocking speed. At the designated time, sounds of breaking branches and strange howls erupted from the western forest edge. The guards responded exactly as predicted, moving to investigate what sounded like multiple large creatures moving through the trees. Jim produced wire cutters. He'd been planning this for months, and quickly created an opening in the fence. We slipped through, staying low and moving between buildings until we reached a side entrance to the main structure. The door required a key card, but one of the Kawani, who Jim called Shora, produced a stolen card from a pouch at his side. They had been preparing for this moment far longer than I realized. Inside, fluorescent lights illuminated sterile corridors that smelled of disinfectant and fear. We moved cautiously, following Jim's memory of the layout from his previous reconnaissance. At the first junction, we split up. Jim and 2 Kawani headed toward what he believed were the containment cells, while Shora led me toward the research section to gather evidence. The laboratory we entered was abandoned for the evening, computers still running but unattended. File cabinets lined one wall, and examination tables with restraints dominated the center of the room. The sight sent a chill through me. These were designed for subjects much larger than humans. I quickly photographed everything, then began downloading files from an unlocked computer terminal. What I found confirmed our worst fears. Detailed anatomical studies, genetic sequencing, and behavioral observations of captured Kawani. One folder labeled Project Prometheus contained proposals for controlled breeding programs and genetic manipulation. They weren't just studying the Kawani. They were attempting to control their future, perhaps even modify them into something they could exploit. As I worked, Shora stood watch at the door, his massive frame tense with alert vigilance. Suddenly, he made a low warning sound. Footsteps approached from the corridor. We ducked behind a large storage cabinet as the laboratory door opened. A man in a white coat entered, followed by someone I recognized with a shock, Supervisor Ramirez from Olympic North Base. The helicopter extraction is scheduled for 2200 hours, Ramirez was saying. All 3 specimens will be transferred to the Montana facility. The newest one, the juvenile female captured last week, shows the most promising cognitive capabilities. And what about the missing ranger? The man in the lab coat asked. No sign of Mercer yet, but it's only a matter of time. The retrieval team found evidence he left voluntarily, likely made contact with the same group Holden joined. Once we have the specimens secure, we'll expand the search perimeter. They moved to a computer across the room, pulling up files I couldn't see from my position. Shora tensed beside me, a low rumble building in his chest that I feared would give us away. I placed a hand on his arm, feeling the powerful muscles coiled with restraint. His eyes met mine, burning with an intelligence and emotional depth that no one could deny was sentient. In that moment, I understood completely why Jim had chosen to ally himself with these beings. Ramirez and the scientist left after a few minutes, and we emerged from hiding. Time was running short. I finished downloading the files onto Jim's USB drive and gathered what physical documentation I could carry. As we prepared to leave, a wall-mounted monitor caught my attention. It showed a security feed of the containment area. Jim and the other Kawani had reached the cells and were freeing the captives. One was clearly juvenile, stumbling weakly as she was supported by the rescuers. Our exit plan relied on timing and the continued distraction at the western perimeter. As we reunited with Jim's group in a service corridor, I got my first look at the rescued Kawani. The sight broke my heart. They had been shaved in patches for biopsies, had IV port marks on their arms, and moved with the tentative motions of beings who had endured confinement and fear. The juvenile female immediately went to Enka, who made a sound unlike any I'd heard before, a soft, keening noise that seemed to contain all the grief and relief of a parent finding a lost child. Alarms suddenly blared throughout the facility. Our presence had been discovered. Move, Jim shouted, leading us toward the eastern fence breach. We ran, the rescued Kawani struggling to keep pace. Behind us, shouts and the beams of flashlights announced our pursuers. The fence opening appeared ahead, our route to freedom just yards away. Then came the sound I'd been dreading, the distinctive pop of tranquilizer guns. One of the Kawani stumbled, a dart protruding from his shoulder. Shora turned back, lifting his fallen companion despite the danger. I reached the fence, helping guide the weakened captives through the opening. Jim covered our retreat, using his knowledge of ranger protocols to anticipate the search patterns. As the last of our group made it through, a figure stepped from the shadows, Ramirez, holding a tranquilizer rifle trained directly at me. "You have no idea what you're interfering with, Mercer," he said coldly. "This is bigger than you, bigger than these animals. This is about the future of human evolution." "They're not animals," I replied, my voice steady despite my racing heart. "They're people. Different from us, but people. With language, culture, art. With families you've torn apart." "People?" Ramirez scoffed. "They're genetic gold mines. Living fossils with DNA that could revolutionize medicine, extend human lifespans. The greater good outweighs your misplaced empathy." "There is no greater good in destroying another civilization," I said. Before Ramirez could respond, a massive shadow fell over him. Enka had circled behind, moving with impossible silence for his size. With one swift motion, he disarmed Ramirez, the rifle flying into the darkness. Enka didn't harm him, just stared down with those ancient, intelligent eyes. We're here. First," he said deliberately, each word clearly costing him physical effort but delivered with unmistakable dignity. We left Ramirez standing there, speechless in the face of undeniable evidence that would shatter his worldview if he allowed it to penetrate. Our group melted into the forest as searchlights swept the perimeter behind us. The Kawani moved with renewed purpose, supporting their weakened kin as we pushed deeper into wilderness few humans ever traversed. By dawn, we had reached a series of caves high in the mountains, a sanctuary even more remote than the valley settlement. As the rescued Kawani were tended to by their kind with surprising medical sophistication, Jim and I reviewed the evidence we'd gathered. "It's comprehensive," he said, scrolling through files on a solar-powered laptop. Genetic studies, behavioral observations, even internal memos acknowledging their intelligence while justifying continued captivity. "This is the smoking gun. But how do we use it?" I asked. Ramirez was right about one thing: this is bigger than us. If we just release this to the media, it'll be dismissed as a hoax. If we go through official channels, it'll be buried. Enka approached, sitting cross-legged across from us. He had been conferring with the eldest of the Kawani, a female with silver-streaked hair who seemed to hold special authority. "We have decided," he said slowly. "Time for hiding. Ending. World must know." Jim translated the more complex concepts Enka struggled to express. "The Kawani Council believes that continued secrecy will only lead to more captures, more suffering. They're willing to risk limited contact with selected humans, scientists, ethicists, indigenous leaders, who might understand and respect their autonomy." "A controlled revelation," I said, understanding dawning. "Not to governments or corporations, but to individuals who can validate their existence and intelligence in a way that demands ethical treatment." Enka nodded, then reached out to touch the USB drive containing our evidence. First a truth, then meeting. The plan took shape over the following days. Using Jim's old connections with trustworthy academics and my own network of environmental journalists, we would create a secure channel for releasing the evidence and, eventually, facilitating direct contact with Kawani representatives. The path ahead would be dangerous. The agency behind the research facility wouldn't abandon years of work easily. Jim and I would likely never return to our former lives. But sitting there in that ancient cave, watching the Kawani care for their rescued kin with such tenderness and sophistication, I knew we were witnessing something profound, perhaps the most important cross-species connection in human history. That night, Enka led me to a ledge overlooking the vast Olympic wilderness. Stars blazed above in numbers I'd never seen in the populated world. The forest below seemed alive, breathing with ancient rhythms. Your kind sees forest empty, Enka said, gesturing at the expanse below. My kind sees forest full, many eyes, many minds, many people. I understood then what he was trying to express, that humans had never truly been alone on this planet, that our certainty of being the only intelligent species had blinded us to the watchers in the trees, the ancient minds that had observed our rise with cautious attention. I'm sorry for what my kind has done to yours, I said simply. Enka made a sound, something between a sigh and a word. Past, gone, future, unknown, now. We walk together. As I sit here now, recording this account as evidence and testimony, I can hear the Kawani moving through their daily routines outside, caring for the young, crafting tools, sharing knowledge through their complex vocalizations. I've begun to recognize patterns in their language, to understand fragments of a communication system that evolved parallel to our own. Jim believes, and I'm inclined to agree, that the Kawani represent not a missing link in human evolution, but an entirely separate branch of intelligent hominids who took a different path, choosing harmony with their environment over domination, concealment over expansion. Tomorrow we make our first controlled contact with the outside world. A trusted anthropologist will receive coordinates to a neutral meeting location. The Kawani Council has selected representatives who will reveal themselves, voluntarily for the first time in their history. What happens after that will determine whether humanity can expand its moral circle to include another thinking species, whether we can overcome our historical pattern of destroying what we don't understand. As for me, I found something I never expected in these remote mountains, not just purpose, but belonging. The ranger cabin that once seemed so isolated now feels like a relic of a smaller world. Here among the Kawani, I've glimpsed a different way of being, one that might just help humanity remember what we've forgotten in our rush to conquer the natural world. The wilderness was never empty. We were never alone, and the watcher in the trees was never a monster, just another mind reaching across the divide of evolution, asking simply to be recognized. My first day as a ranger at Olympic National Park began with rain, a fine, misty drizzle that clung to the massive Douglas firs like ghostly shrouds. The kind of rain that doesn't so much fall as simply exist, suspended in the air around you. I'd transferred from Yellowstone after 5 years of service, seeking something different. The dense primeval forests of the Pacific Northwest promised exactly that. Quartz Creek cabin is pretty isolated, Supervisor Martinez warned as she handed me the keys. Most rangers request transfers after a season. The isolation gets to them. I nodded, trying to appear unfazed. The cabin sat deep in the park's interior, serving as a way station for lost hikers and a base for search and rescue operations. Cell service was non-existent. Radio contact was spotty at best. There's something else, Martinez hesitated. Local tribes have stories about those woods. Skookum, they call it. The evil god of the woods. I smiled politely. Every national park had its folklore. Yellowstone's phantom hitchhikers, Yosemite's nightwalkers. I'd heard it all before. The drive to Quartz Creek took nearly 3 hours on progressively narrower, rougher roads. The trees grew denser, older, more imposing. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin stood, the forest canopy had nearly blotted out the sky. The cabin itself was sturdy, built in the 1930s by the Civilian Conservation Corps. 2 rooms, a wood stove, propane refrigerator, and solar-powered lights. Simple, functional. Home for the next 6 months. I unloaded my gear and made a quick inspection of the perimeter. The silence struck me immediately. No bird song, no insect buzz. Just the occasional drip of moisture from the canopy and the soft sigh of wind through the trees. That night I sat on the porch, nursing a cup of coffee as darkness settled over the forest. The quiet felt oppressive, like something watching, waiting. I'd spent years in wilderness areas, but this felt different. Pregnant with possibility. In the visitor logs left by previous rangers, I found curious entries. references to vocalizations at night, unusual tracks found in mud. Wood knocks heard from the forest. One ranger had written simply, "Something is out there." I dismissed it as hazing, psychological games played on the newcomer, until 2 a.m., when I woke to the sound of something massive moving outside the cabin. Heavy, deliberate footsteps circling the perimeter. The floorboards beneath my bunk creaked as whatever it was tested the cabin's foundation. Then came a sound I'd never heard before. Not bear, not cougar, not wolf. A long, undulating howl that started low before climbing to a pitch that made my teeth ache. The windows vibrated with its force. I reached for my flashlight, heart hammering against my ribs. Outside, something scraped against the cabin wall. Something with claws. Or fingers, just wildlife, I whispered to myself. Just the forest settling. But deep down, I knew better. After 15 years as a ranger, I knew every sound native wildlife could make. This was something else entirely. 2 weeks in, and the dreams started. Always the same. I'm running through moonlit forest, pursued by something I can't see but can hear crashing through the underbrush behind me. The forest floor pulses beneath my feet with each impact of its stride. Just before it catches me, I wake up gasping. During daylight hours, I busied myself with trail maintenance and recording wildlife sightings. The work was peaceful enough, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Eyes tracking my movements from deep within the shadowed understory. I'd found tracks too. Huge impressions in the damp earth near Quartz Creek. 18 inches long, with 5 distinct toes. Too large for any bear, the stride length over 6 feet. I photographed them, measured them, made plaster casts. The rational part of my mind sought explanations. A hoax, perhaps, or some unknown species of megafauna somehow surviving undetected in these remote valleys. On the radio, I kept my reports clinical, factual. Unusual wildlife signs near Quartz Creek Basin. Possible unauthorized human activity. I avoided using terms like Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Rangers who spoke of such things didn't last long in the service. It was during a routine patrol of the Enchanted Valley Trail that I had my first direct encounter. The day had started clear but deteriorated into a soaking drizzle by afternoon. I was 5 miles from the cabin when I came across a peculiar arrangement of branches, 3 saplings woven together in a triangle, too deliberate to be natural. Similar structures had been reported by hikers over the years, often dismissed as elaborate pranks. As I examined it, the forest went silent. The rain continued to fall, but no birds called, no squirrels chattered. Even the constant rustle of wind through leaves ceased. The smell hit me first, musky, primal, like wet fur and decay. Then came the sensation of being watched, so intense it raised gooseflesh on my arms despite my raincoat. Slowly, I turned. Across the creek, half hidden in a stand of alders, stood a figure. Tall, at least 8 feet, covered in matted dark fur. Its proportions were wrong for a bear, too upright, shoulders too broad, arms too long. Steam rose from its body in the cool air. We stared at each other across 30 yards of rushing water. Its face remained in shadow, but I could feel its gaze boring into me. Not with the simple curiosity of a wild animal, but with intelligence. Purpose. My hand moved slowly toward the bear spray on my belt. The creature's head tilted, observing the motion. A low rumble emanated from its chest. Not quite a growl, more like the sound of distant thunder. Then it stepped back into the trees and was gone, moving with impossible silence for something so large. Only the swaying of disturbed branches marked its passage. That night in the cabin, I pored over tribal legends of the Skookum and the Stick Indians, forest spirits that sometimes helped lost travelers, sometimes led them astray. The natives spoke of creatures that could read minds, mimic human voices, render themselves nearly invisible. Outside, the forest whispered. Twice I heard wood knocks, 3 in succession, then 2, then 3 again. Some kind of communication? I radioed headquarters the next morning, requesting information on missing hikers in the area. The response was disturbing. 7 disappearances in the past decade, all within a 10-mile radius of Quartz Creek, all unsolved. The search and rescue call came in just after dawn. 2 backpackers failed to return from an overnight hike to Anderson Pass. Their car remained at the trailhead, no sign of their planned route left with rangers. Standard procedure dictated immediate response. I gathered my SAR pack, first aid, extra water, emergency shelter, and headed out. Radio crackling with updates from other rangers converging from different sectors. Weather was closing in again, clouds lowering over the high country, promising more rain. 3 hours up the trail, I found the first sign of the missing hikers. A blue bandana caught on a trailside bush. Fresh boot prints suggested they'd left the main path, heading cross-country toward a ridgeline to the north. Not a good sign. Off-trail travel in Olympic's dense undergrowth was challenging even for experienced backcountry travelers. As I followed their trail, the prints gradually became confused, circling back on themselves, splitting off in different directions. The signs of panic were clear. They'd become disoriented. Classic lost hiker behavior. Then I found something disturbing. Alongside the human boot prints were other tracks. The same massive 5-toed impressions I'd documented near my cabin. They seemed to parallel the hiker's route, sometimes crossing over it. The radio crackled. Base to Ranger Evans. Update on your position. Over. I reported my coordinates and findings, careful to describe the unknown tracks as possibly Ursine, rather than anything more controversial. By mid-afternoon, visibility had dropped to less than 50 yards as fog rolled in. I found one of the hikers' backpacks abandoned beside a lightning-struck tree. The contents were scattered, not by animals, but as if hastily searched. The sleeping bag remained rolled and secured. Why abandon crucial gear in deteriorating weather? 20 yards beyond, I found the answer, a scene that stopped me cold. A clearing where the underbrush had been flattened in a rough circle. In the center lay a hiking boot, its laces still tied, the leather torn as if wrenched from a foot with tremendous force. Nearby a camera, lens shattered, case dented, and blood. Not much, but enough to suggest injury. Smears on exposed rocks. Droplets soaked into leaf litter. What made my skin crawl wasn't just the signs of violence, but the arrangement. The boot and camera had been deliberately placed in the center of the flattened area. Like an offering, or a warning. As I photographed the scene, the feeling of being watched returned, more intense than before. Between the trunks of ancient cedars, shadows seemed to shift and flow independent of the wind. I keyed the radio. This is Ranger Evans. I found signs of... The transmission cut off as something large crashed through the underbrush behind me. I spun, unholstering my bear spray. Nothing visible. But the crashing continued, circling my position. Show yourself, I called, voice steady despite my racing heart. The response was immediate, not from one direction but from 3. Wood knocks, sharp and deliberate. Then, most chillingly, a perfect mimicry of my own voice echoing back, show yourself. The search was called off at nightfall. No hikers found, only scattered gear and troubling signs. The official report cited possible bear activity and hazardous weather conditions. That night, huddled in my cabin with doors locked and fire blazing, I knew the truth was far stranger. The creatures, I was certain there were multiple, were intelligent, territorial. And they had taken those hikers for reasons I couldn't begin to understand. A month passed with no further disappearances, but the presence around my cabin intensified. Night after night, something circled the clearing. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Tools left outside would be rearranged, firewood stacked differently. Once I returned from patrol to find a freshly killed rabbit on my doorstep, not partially eaten as with predator kills, but carefully placed, deliberately left. An offering? A threat? I couldn't tell. I began leaving my own offerings, apples, granola bars, once a tin of sardines at the forest's edge. Each morning they would be gone, replaced occasionally with curious items, a perfect spiral of twisted bark, strange bundles of twigs bound with vine, once a smooth stone with fossil impressions unlike any local formation. Communications with headquarters became sporadic as winter approached. My radio would function perfectly one day, then capture only static the next. The isolation grew heavier, a physical weight pressing down. I began talking to myself just to hear a human voice. In the visitor logs, I noticed a pattern I'd missed before. Entries from different rangers over different years, describing nearly identical experiences. Objects moved. Vocalizations mimicking human speech. Feeling of being tested. And most disturbing, they're getting closer each night. The previous ranger's final entry, dated just 3 days before my arrival, simply read, "They're coming inside now." That night, as early darkness fell and the first snowflakes began to drift down, I heard it, the cabin door handle turning slowly. I'd locked it, I was certain. Yet it turned, rattling slightly against the frame. I sat frozen in my chair, shotgun across my lap, eyes fixed on the door. The handle stopped turning. Silence stretched, broken only by the pop of burning logs in the stove. Then came the tapping, gentle at first, almost tentative on the cabin's single window. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. I rose slowly, moved to the window, steeled myself, and pulled aside the curtain. A face stared back at me, not human, yet not entirely animal. Broad, with a pronounced brow ridge, deep-set eyes reflecting the cabin's light like twin coals. The face was framed by matted dark hair or fur, the features flat except for a broad nose and surprisingly expressive mouth. We stared at each other through the glass, separated by inches. Neither predator nor prey, but two intelligent beings taking measure of each other. Its breath fogged the glass. One massive hand, five-fingered, opposable thumb but covered in thick hair, rose and pressed flat against the window. The gesture seemed almost plaintive. Against all training and instinct, I raised my own hand and placed it against the glass, mirroring the creature's gesture. My palm covered less than half the area of its massive hand. Something passed between us in that moment. An understanding, a communication more profound than words. I felt a presence in my mind, alien yet unmistakable. Images flashed. Deep forest caves hung with lichen, moonlight filtered through canopy, the sensation of running effortlessly through midnight woods. Then, abruptly, a warning. Visions of men with rifles, traps gleaming in underbrush, fire-consuming forest. The creature's eyes widened, conveying urgency, fear. It wasn't just showing me its world, it was showing me threats to that world. My world, too. When I blinked, the face was gone, leaving only a cloudy handprint on the frosted glass. I slept fitfully, dreaming not of being pursued, but of pursuing, running on all fours through moonlit forest, part of a group, communicating with subtle gestures and soft vocalizations, hunting not for food but for intruders, protecting territory from those who would destroy it. In the morning, I found footprints in the fresh snow, a circle around the cabin, massive five-toed impressions, and a path leading away into the forest depths, a path that seemed somehow like an invitation. The decision to follow the tracks came easily, as if preordained. I packed light, water, emergency supplies, camera, GPS unit. The protocol for leaving patrol routes with headquarters seemed suddenly irrelevant. This journey wasn't meant to be documented in official records. The tracks led deeper into the park than I'd ever ventured, beyond established trails into ravines so steep and overgrown they'd never been properly surveyed. Old-growth forest gave way to something older still. Massive cedars and spruce that must have been ancient when the first European explorers arrived. The canopy closed overhead until only occasional shafts of light penetrated to the forest floor. After 4 hours, the terrain changed. The tracks led into a narrow canyon where a spring bubbled from rock, forming a small stream lined with moss. The air grew warmer, humid. Plants I couldn't identify, species that shouldn't exist in this northern climate, crowded the stream banks. The tracks disappeared at the canyon's terminus, where a rock face rose sheer and impassable. I stood perplexed until I noticed a dark opening partially concealed by hanging vines. A cave entrance, roughly oval, large enough to admit something of considerable size. Every ranger instinct screamed against entering an unexplored cave alone, without backup or proper equipment. Yet I found myself ducking under the vines, flashlight beam probing the darkness beyond. The passage descended gradually, widening into a tunnel whose walls bore signs of modification. Not modern human tool marks, but something more primitive yet deliberate. Niches had been carved into the rock holding curious objects, bundles of herbs, feathers, stones arranged in patterns and bones, some animal, some disturbingly human-like. The air changed, carrying scents of smoke, musk, and something else. A tang like ozone before a lightning strike. The passage opened suddenly into a large chamber where a natural skylight admitted a single shaft of daylight from far above. I wasn't alone. They stood in a loose semicircle, 7 figures of varying heights. The tallest nearly 9 feet, the smallest closer to human stature, all covered in fur ranging from reddish-brown to nearly black. Their features, visible now in the dim light, showed surprising variation. Some more human-like, others more bestial, yet all with that same intelligence burning in deep-set eyes. Not a species, I realized. A family, generations. The largest stepped forward, the one from my window I somehow knew. In its hands it held something wrapped in leaves. It extended this package toward me with a grace that belied its massive size. I accepted the offering, unwrapped it slowly. Inside lay a ranger badge, tarnished, bent, decades old by its design. I recognized the name etched on it from my research, Anderson. Ranger Timothy Anderson, disappeared 1973. His case never solved. The creature made a complex gesture, pointing to the badge, then deeper into the cave system, then to itself. Understanding dawned. They had encountered others like me before. Some had not survived the meeting. This one had, living among them perhaps, studying them, or being studied by them. More images flooded my mind. Clear-cutting encroaching on ancient forest, roads pushing deeper into wilderness, lost hikers blundering into territories held sacred for millennia. The creatures retreating further, their range shrinking, their numbers dwindling. They weren't monsters from folklore. They were refugees in their own land. The smallest of the group, a juvenile I presumed, approached cautiously. It reached out one hand and gently touched my ranger badge, then pointed to the old badge I still held. A connection, a recognition of role, of purpose. They understood what rangers represented, guardians of this shared wilderness. The leader made another gesture, sweeping his arm to encompass the cave, the forest above, the creatures themselves. Then pointed to me, head tilted in question, an invitation, a test. Would I help protect their secret? Would I become a guardian not just of the land, but of its oldest inhabitants? As I stood at this threshold between worlds, I realized the true nature of my position at Quartz Creek. I wasn't the first ranger chosen for this role. The cabin wasn't merely a Park Service outpost, it was a boundary marker, a listening post on the frontier between their world and ours. I looked at the ancient badge in my palm, then at my own. Two guardians separated by time but united in purpose. My decision was already made when I stepped into that cave. Perhaps it had been made the moment I saw those first tracks in the mud, or heard those first wood knocks in the night. Some say Olympic National Park is the last untamed wilderness in the lower 48. They don't know how right they are. I still maintain my official duties. I still file reports, patrol trails, help lost hikers find their way back to civilization. But now I also patrol another boundary, one not marked on any map. At night, when visitors hear strange calls echoing across valleys, or find curious arrangements of sticks near their campsites, they're receiving a message: you are not alone here. This is not your world alone. And sometimes when hikers stray too close to certain unmarked territories, they might glimpse a figure in National Park Service green, urging them back toward marked trails. They'll thank the helpful ranger, never noticing that behind me, watching from shadow, stand much larger guardians of this ancient place. The badge I wear honors both worlds now, and when the wood knocks come at night, I answer them. The forest has always had its protectors. I'm just the newest recruit. The first thing they teach you in ranger training is that the wilderness doesn't care if you live or die. I remember the exact moment I decided to become a park ranger. I was 10 years old, lost in the Cascades with my father. 3 days into what was supposed to be a simple weekend camping trip, we'd wandered off trail chasing what Dad swore was a shortcut back to the ranger station. The fog had rolled in thick as wool, swallowing the landmarks we'd carefully memorized. By nightfall, we were shivering under a makeshift shelter of pine branches, our water nearly gone. On the morning of the 4th day, just as panic was beginning to set in, a figure emerged from the mist. Tall and steady, wearing that iconic flat-topped hat, Ranger Miyawaki found us with a calm efficiency that seemed almost supernatural. She didn't lecture or scold. She simply led us back to safety with quiet authority, pointing out landmarks and teaching me how to read the forest as we walked. By the time we reached the station, I knew exactly what I wanted to be when I grew up. 20 years later, I stood at the edge of Timber Shadow National Forest, my own ranger hat firmly in place, staring up at the ancient pines that clawed at the sky like gnarled fingers. The posting wasn't prestigious. a remote outpost in the northernmost region of the park, far from the tourist trails and scenic viewpoints. But it was mine. Ranger Atakai, I said aloud, testing the sound of my title alongside the name my Navajo grandmother had given me. Atakai, light upon the mountain. She'd be proud, I thought, though she'd also warned me about wandering too deep into places where old spirits dwell. My cabin stood at the edge of Obsidian Lake, a perfect mirror of black water ringed by towering pines. The structure itself was rustic but solid. One main room with a wood stove, a small bedroom, and a basic bathroom with surprisingly decent water pressure. Solar panels on the roof provided enough electricity for essentials, and a satellite phone offered my only reliable connection to the outside world. Cell service was a fantasy up here, 40 miles from the nearest town of Pine Hollow. I spent my first week settling in, organizing equipment, and familiarizing myself with the territory. My responsibilities were straightforward: patrol designated areas, assist lost hikers, enforce conservation regulations, monitor wildlife activity, and maintain trails. It was early May, and the tourist season wouldn't hit its peak until July, which gave me time to learn the lay of the land. On my first solo patrol, I hiked 8 miles along the western ridge, making notes of trail conditions and fallen trees that would need clearing. The forest was eerily quiet. No birdsong, no scurrying creatures, just the occasional whisper of wind through the pines. I told myself it was normal for this time of year, but something about the silence made the hair on my neck stand up. I was marking my map when I heard it, a crack of a branch breaking somewhere behind me, followed by what sounded like heavy footsteps. I turned slowly, hand instinctively moving to the bear spray on my belt. "Hello?" I called out, voice steady despite the sudden acceleration of my pulse. "This is Ranger Atakai. If you're a hiker, please identify yourself." Nothing. Just more silence, heavier now. I scanned the tree line, seeing nothing unusual among the dense pines. Then I spotted it about 50 yards back, partially obscured by a massive Douglas fir. Something large moved in a slow, deliberate way that was neither human nor typical wildlife. It was tall, far taller than a person, with what appeared to be dark, matted fur. My training kicked in. I knew the region had black bears, though they rarely approached humans unless provoked or habituated to human food. This wasn't bear behavior. Bears don't hide behind trees watching you. They either run away or, if threatened, become aggressive. "Hey!" I shouted firmly, making myself sound bigger. "Move along now." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the figure shifted, and I caught a glimpse of something that sent ice through my veins. Not the gleam of animal eyes, but something eerily close to human awareness in a face that absolutely was not human. Then it was gone, melting into the forest with surprising grace for something so large. I stood frozen, trying to process what I'd seen. In the Pacific Northwest, tales of Sasquatch or Bigfoot have been part of the cultural landscape for generations, with indigenous peoples like the Tsetsaillas Nation having traditional stories of wild men living in the mountains. But like most scientifically trained people, I'd always considered these stories to be a blend of misidentification, folklore, and the occasional hoax. Now standing alone in the silent forest, I wasn't so sure. I marked the location on my GPS and continued my patrol, hyper-aware of every sound and movement around me. By the time I returned to my cabin, darkness was falling, and I was exhausted not just physically, but from the constant vigilance that had accompanied me since the encounter. Inside, I uploaded my patrol notes to the park database, including a careful description of what I'd seen, classified as possible wildlife sighting, unidentified large mammal. I knew how it would sound if I suggested anything else. New rangers who report Bigfoot sightings don't tend to be taken seriously by management. That night I dreamed of being watched from the tree line, of eyes that understood too much. I woke at 3 a.m. to the sound of something heavy moving around the perimeter of my cabin. When I worked up the courage to peek through the window, the full moon illuminated only the usual scene. My Jeep parked to the side, the lake shimmering beyond, the forest a wall of shadows. But in the soft dirt near my front steps, clearly visible in the moonlight, was a single footprint nearly twice the size of my boot. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was a bear print, distorted by poor light and an anxious mind. When I went outside to check, it was gone, erased by the light rain that had fallen before dawn. My second week passed uneventfully. I settled into a routine, met a few of the early season hikers, and checked in with headquarters twice via the satellite phone. My direct supervisor, Regional Manager Hoffman, seemed pleased with my reports but reminded me that unusual animal sightings should be documented with photographic evidence whenever possible. The department's been dealing with some strange reports from your sector over the years, he said, his voice crackling through the poor connection. Nothing concrete, but enough to make us curious. If you see anything worth noting, make sure you get it on camera. I promised I would, though I didn't mention my first week encounter. Something told me to wait until I had more than just a glimpse and a feeling of wrongness to report. It was during my third week that I found the first true anomaly. I was mapping a lesser-used trail that wound toward the northern boundary of my territory, when I spotted what looked like a structure through the trees. Curious, I left the trail, pushing through dense underbrush until I reached a small clearing. In the center stood a crude shelter made of broken branches and bark, woven together with surprising skill. It wasn't the work of casual campers. It was too intricate, too deliberately constructed. Yet it also wasn't the product of modern tools. The branches had been broken, not cut, and the weaving pattern was unlike anything I'd seen in survival manuals. Inside the shelter were strange arrangements of stones and bones, small animal remains, carefully positioned in patterns that seemed deliberate but incomprehensible. My first thought was that I'd stumbled upon some kind of ritualistic site, perhaps used by locals or even cult activities. I took photos, careful not to disturb anything, and marked the location for further investigation. As I turned to leave, I noticed something scratched into the bark of a nearby pine. Not letters or numbers, but a series of vertical lines grouped in clusters of 5. Counting marks, perhaps? I photographed these too, feeling increasingly uneasy. The sound came just as I was putting my camera away, a low, resonant call that was neither animal nor human, echoing through the trees. It had a quality that made my skin crawl, a sound that didn't belong in these woods or perhaps anywhere on Earth. I'd heard tales of alleged Bigfoot vocalizations, howls, screams, and whistles that witnesses claimed were distinct from known wildlife, but this was something else entirely. This was communication. I left quickly, keeping to established trails, feeling watched with every step. That night I sent the photos to headquarters with a detailed report, careful to present the findings objectively without speculation. Within an hour my satellite phone rang. "Atakai, this is Director Reyes." The voice was clipped, authoritative. As the overall director of park operations, Reyes rarely communicated directly with field rangers. "I need you to stay away from that site. We're sending a research team up next week. Until then, stick to your regular patrols and standard duties. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," I replied, surprised by the urgency in his tone. "May I ask what—" "Just maintain your regular schedule, Ranger. We'll discuss it when the team arrives." The line went dead before I could respond. I sat staring at the phone, mind racing with questions. Why would a shelter in the woods warrant such immediate attention from the director himself? What wasn't he telling me? 3 days later, I received my first visitors. A battered pickup truck pulled up to my cabin just after midday, Australian license plates caked with mud from the forest roads. 2 people emerged, a tall man with a sun-weathered face and a woman with bright red hair tied back in a practical braid. "G'day," the man called out, striding toward me with an easy confidence. "You must be Ranger Atakai. I'm Dr. Jack Thornton, and this is my colleague, Dr. Lindsay Walsh. We're wildlife biologists from the University of Melbourne, here on an exchange program." I shook their hands, noting the firmness of their grips and the keen assessment in their eyes. "Welcome to Timber Shadow. What brings you to my particular corner of the wilderness?" They exchanged a quick glance before Lindsay answered. "We're conducting research on apex predator territories in temperate rainforests across different continents. Your region has some interesting patterns we'd like to study." It sounded reasonable enough, but something about their arrival so soon after my discovery felt too coincidental. Still, I played along. "Well, I'm happy to help however I can. There's a research station about 10 miles south with better facilities, though. We prefer to be closer to our study area," Jack said smoothly. "The director mentioned you might have space in your cabin for a couple of temporary guests. Just for a week or so while we set up our equipment, so Reyes had sent them." "Interesting. I have a spare room. It's basic, but you're welcome to it." They retrieved their gear from the truck, an impressive array of cameras, tracking equipment, and what looked like specialized recording devices. As they settled in, I observed them carefully. They moved with the practiced efficiency of people accustomed to field work, but there was an underlying tension in their interactions, a sense of urgency that belied their casual explanation. That evening, over a dinner of pasta and canned sauce, I decided to probe a little. "So, what specific animals are you tracking? Bears, wolves?" Lindsay took a sip of her water before answering. "We're interested in unusual wildlife reports, actually. Anything that doesn't quite fit the expected ecosystem." "Unusual like what?" Jack leaned forward. "Timber Shadow has a higher than average number of unexplained wildlife encounters. We're documenting patterns, trying to determine if there's a previously unclassified predator in these forests." "You mean like a new species?" I asked, keeping my expression neutral. "Maybe," Lindsay said, studying my reaction. "Or perhaps a known species exhibiting unusual behavior. Either way, it's worth investigating scientifically." I thought about the shelter in the woods, the strange markings, the sound that had chilled me to the bone. "And what does Director Reyes think about your research?" Another glance between them before Jack answered. "He's supportive. The Park Service always values good science." I nodded slowly. "You know, I found something interesting on patrol last week. A shelter in the north sector that didn't look like standard human camping." Their casual demeanor slipped for just a moment, a flash of intensity that confirmed my suspicions. "These weren't just random researchers." "We'd love to see it," Lindsay said too quickly. "Perhaps you could take us there tomorrow." "I was instructed to avoid the area until a research team arrived," I replied, watching their reactions closely. "I assume that's you?" Jack's laugh was forced. "Sounds like it. Yes, we're particularly interested in that site. The director shared your photos." I decided to push a little further. "Have you ever heard something in the woods that you couldn't identify? A call or a cry that didn't match any known animal?" The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken knowledge. Finally, Lindsay nodded. "That's actually a specialty of mine, bioacoustics. I analyze animal vocalizations. Some of the sounds recorded in these forests are unusual." "And you think they're connected to whatever made that shelter?" Jack's expression turned serious. "We don't know yet. That's why we're here." The conversation shifted to safer topics after that, but I'd learned enough to know they weren't telling me everything. As they retired to the spare room for the night, I heard them talking in low, urgent tones. I caught fragments, similar to the Quebec site and DNA samples, before their voices became too quiet to distinguish. That night I dreamed again of being watched, but this time the eyes in the darkness were joined by a presence that seemed to reach into my mind, probing with cold curiosity. I woke gasping, sheets soaked with sweat despite the cool mountain air. Outside my window, the forest loomed black against the night sky. For a moment I thought I saw a massive silhouette moving between the trees at the edge of the clearing. Then it was gone, leaving only questions and a growing sense that I was caught in the middle of something much larger and stranger than I'd ever imagined. Tomorrow, I would take my Australian visitors to the shelter, and somehow I knew that whatever waited for us there would change everything. Dawn broke with an unnatural stillness. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just a heavy silence that pressed against the cabin like a physical weight. I found Jack and Lindsay already awake, huddled over a topographical map of the region, marking coordinates with practiced precision. "Early risers," I commented, putting coffee on to brew. Lindsay looked up, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept much. "We're used to field schedules. The animals don't wait for a reasonable hour." "Speaking of animals," Jack said, folding the map, "we heard something circling the cabin last night. Heavy footsteps moving with purpose. Any idea what it might have been?" I hesitated, remembering the silhouette I'd glimpsed outside my window. Could have been a black bear. They sometimes get curious about human dwellings. "This didn't move like a bear," Lindsay said quietly. "Too bipedal. Too deliberate." Our eyes met in a moment of shared understanding. We all knew what we were really discussing, even if none of us was ready to name it aloud. After a quick breakfast, we loaded our gear into my Jeep and set out for the northern sector. The forest felt different in the morning light. Less menacing, perhaps, but no less watchful. As a wilderness ranger, I'd learned to be self-reliant when working in remote areas, to understand natural hazards and mitigate risks, skills essential for survival in these isolated environments. But Nothing in my training had prepared me for what we found when we reached the clearing. The shelter was gone. Not damaged or collapsed, completely erased. Where the intricate structure had stood, there was only undisturbed forest floor, as if nothing had ever been there. I double-checked my GPS coordinates, confirmed we were in the right location, and showed Jack and Lindsay the photos I'd taken. "This makes no sense," I said, scanning the clearing. "It was right here. Solidly built, couldn't have blown away." Jack knelt, examining the ground with a forensic intensity. No drag marks, no footprints, no sign it was dismantled. He looked up at me. "Are you absolutely certain this is the right place?" I handed him my GPS unit. "Check for yourself. These are the exact coordinates I recorded." Lindsay had wandered to the edge of the clearing, studying the pine tree where I'd seen the strange markings. "The carvings are gone too," she called back. "But look at this," we joined her at the tree. The bark where the markings had been was fresher, lighter in color. Recently regrown somehow, though that should have been impossible in just a few days. "What the hell is going on?" I muttered, touching the smooth new bark. Lindsay pulled a small device from her pack and held it up to the tree. It emitted a soft whirring sound, and a display lit up with readings I couldn't interpret. "Elevated EMF," she said to Jack. "Similar to the Montreal site?" "EMF?" I asked. "Electromagnetic frequency," Jack explained, though his tone suggested he was simplifying greatly, "sometimes associated with unusual phenomena." Lindsay was taking samples now. Bark scrapings, soil from the base of the tree, even air samples in specialized containers. Jack photographed the entire clearing from multiple angles, paying particular attention to the spaces between trees as if measuring distances. "You've seen this before," I said. It wasn't a question. They exchanged another of their significant glances before Lindsay nodded. "Similar cases, yes. The shelter appears briefly, then vanishes without a trace. The locals attribute it to Bigfoot," Jack finished, watching for my reaction. "Or whatever name the indigenous culture in the area uses for the forest beings." I thought of my grandmother's stories about the ancient ones who walked between the worlds of humans and spirits. My Navajo family would call them Yaitso, the big giants. "Every culture has them," Lindsay said. "Sasquatch, Yeti, Yowie in Australia, Almasty in Russia. The details differ, but the core description remains remarkably consistent." "But those are just stories," I insisted. Even as my mind flashed back to the figure I'd glimpsed in the woods, the footprint outside my cabin, the strange calls in the night. Jack's expression was grave. "What if they're not? What if there's something real behind all those stories? Something that exists at the edge of human experience?" Before I could respond, a tremendous crack echoed through the forest, the unmistakable sound of a massive tree falling somewhere nearby. The ground trembled beneath our feet. "That came from the east," I said, immediately alert. "About half a mile, I'd guess." Without discussion, we moved in that direction, weaving through the dense underbrush with as much speed as we could manage. Jack and Lindsay followed my lead, their movements surprisingly agile for academic researchers. The scene we discovered was bizarre enough to stop us in our tracks. A massive Douglas fir, at least 100 years old, lay splintered on the forest floor. But it hadn't fallen naturally. It had been systematically broken at about 10 feet up the trunk, the wood torn and twisted rather than cleanly cut. Around the fallen giant was a circle of smaller trees, all bent inward at impossible angles, their trunks curved but unbroken. "My God," Lindsay whispered, raising her camera to document the scene. Jack circled the fallen tree, examining the splintered break. "No human could have done this, not without heavy equipment, and there are no vehicle tracks." I approached the break point, examining the torn wood fibers. No saw marks, no rope burns. It's like it was twisted down. "It would take tremendous strength," Jack agreed, "more than any known animal possesses." A shiver ran through me as I realized something else. "Look at the pattern," I said, gesturing to the circle of bent trees. "It's deliberate. Someone, or something, created this." Lindsay was busy taking more readings with her devices, her expression growing increasingly perplexed. "The electromagnetic anomalies are off the charts here. This isn't natural." As we documented the site, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Several times I caught glimpses of movement at the corner of my vision, only to find nothing when I turned to look directly, a phenomenon reported by other rangers in similar remote situations. "Do you feel that?" I asked quietly. Jack nodded without looking up from his work. We're being watched. Lindsay had frozen, her hand hovering over her sample kit. There's something behind that ridge, she whispered, nodding toward a small rise about 30 yards away. We all turned slowly. At first I saw nothing. Then a shadow moved, a massive, dark figure partially obscured by the trees. It stood upright, impossibly tall, watching us with an intelligence that seemed to radiate across the clearing. Don't move, Jack breathed. Lindsay camera slowly. She raised her camera with deliberate care. But before she could focus, a sound cut through the forest. That same unnatural call I'd heard days earlier. But louder now, more complex, almost like language. The hair on my arm stood on end as the call was answered by another, then another, from different directions around us. We're surrounded, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. The figure on the ridge shifted, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, I clearly saw a face, not quite human, not quite animal, with deep-set eyes that held an ancient wisdom. Then it melted back into the forest with that same fluid grace I'd observed before. Did you get it? Jack asked urgently. Lindsay checked her camera, her hands trembling slightly. Just a blur. It moved too fast. Another call echoed through the trees, closer now. The message was unmistakable, even if the language was incomprehensible. This is our territory. You are intruders. We need to leave, I said, already backing toward the path we'd taken. Now. We retreated with measured steps, maintaining awareness in all directions. The calls continued, seemingly tracking our movement through the forest. By the time we reached the jeep, my heart was pounding, and I could see that my companions, despite their experience, were equally shaken. The drive back to the cabin passed in tense silence. Once inside, Lindsay immediately connected her camera to a laptop, while Jack spread their maps across the table, marking the locations of our encounters with precise notations. That wasn't a bear, I finally said, stating the obvious. Jack looked up, his expression grim. No, it wasn't. Then what the hell was it? Lindsay turned her laptop so we could see the screen. The image was blurry but unmistakable. A tall, bipedal figure with broad shoulders covered in dark fur or hair. The scientific community would call this insufficient evidence, she said. Too grainy, too ambiguous. But we've seen enough of these to recognize the pattern. You're Bigfoot researchers, I said, the pieces finally clicking into place. Not ordinary biologists. We're cryptozoologists, Jack corrected. Scientists who study animals not yet recognized by mainstream science. But we approach it with scientific rigor, not sensation-seeking. And Director Reyes knows about this? Lindsay nodded. Select officials within the Park Service work with our international research network. There's been a program in place for decades documenting encounters like yours without alarming the public. I thought about this, processing the implications. So my finding the shelter triggered an automatic protocol, Jack confirmed. We were already in the country studying similar phenomena in Olympic National Park when Reyes contacted us. Why the secrecy? If these creatures are real, wouldn't it be better to acknowledge them openly? Protect them as an endangered species? Lindsay closed her laptop with a sigh. It's complicated. There are those who believe public confirmation would lead to a rush of thrill seekers and poachers trying to capture or kill specimens. Others worry about the philosophical and religious implications of another intelligent hominid species. And some, Jack added darkly, are concerned about what we might discover about their true nature. Because the evidence increasingly suggests they're not simply undiscovered primates. What do you mean? The electromagnetic anomalies, Lindsay explained. The structure that vanished without a trace. The ability to bend trees without breaking them. These suggest capabilities beyond normal physical limitations. I thought back to my grandmother's stories again. Beings who walked between worlds, who could appear and disappear at will, who understood more about the natural world than humans ever would. There's something else you should know, Jack said, his voice low. These encounters have been increasing across all major wilderness areas globally. It's as if they're becoming more active, more visible, and in some cases more aggressive. I recalled reading about the Marble Mountain Wilderness encounter in Northern California, where hikers reported a massive upright figure watching them, followed by strange noises and an overwhelming feeling of being observed throughout the night. Why now? I asked. We think they're responding to environmental pressures, Lindsay said. Habitat loss, climate change, increased human encroachment on previously isolated territories. A heavy weight settled in my stomach. Are they dangerous? Any cornered wild animal is dangerous, Jack replied carefully. But these beings have avoided direct conflict with humans for centuries, despite having the physical capacity to cause significant harm. That suggests intelligence and restraint. Until now, Lindsay added quietly. The patterns are changing. They're becoming more territorial, more willing to make their presence known. Outside, darkness was falling rapidly, the forest beyond my windows a wall of impenetrable shadow. The thought of spending another night in the cabin, knowing what lurked in the woods around us, sent a chill down my spine. I have friends in town, I said suddenly. Canadian researchers who visit every summer to study migratory birds. They have a cabin on the south shore of the lake. Maybe we should join them tonight, compare notes. Jack and Lindsay exchanged another of their meaningful glances. Actually, Jack said slowly, that might be an excellent idea, not just for safety in numbers, but because we could use additional perspectives. Are they scientists? David's an ornithologist, I replied, already reaching for the satellite phone. Maya's a cultural anthropologist specializing in indigenous folklore. They might have insights we could use. The call was brief. David answered on the second ring, his voice warm with friendship despite the months since we'd last spoken. When I explained we needed a place to stay for the night, keeping the details vague, he immediately invited us over. Bring some beer if you have it, he said cheerfully. Maya's made her famous venison stew and there's plenty to go around. We packed quickly, gathering essential equipment and overnight bags. I hesitated before grabbing my service weapon from its locked cabinet, a standard-issue Glock that I rarely carried on regular patrols. Tonight, however, its weight was reassuring against my hip. As we stepped outside to load the Jeep, the forest erupted with sound, a chorus of those strange calls closer than ever before, surrounding the cabin in a cacophony that made rational thought nearly impossible. They rose and fell in complex patterns, almost like conversation or debate. They know we're leaving, Lindsay said, her voice barely audible above the noise. Jack nodded grimly, and they're not happy about it. We piled into the Jeep and I started the engine, flipping on the powerful roof-mounted spotlights that illuminated the clearing. For an instant, just a fraction of a second, the beams caught multiple pairs of eyes reflecting back from the tree line. Then they were gone, blinked out like stars behind clouds. The drive to the south shore took 20 minutes following a rough service road that hugged the edge of the lake. With each mile, the oppressive feeling of being watched gradually diminished, replaced by an almost eerie calm. By the time we pulled up to David and Maya's cabin, the forest was silent again, the only sound the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Their cabin was larger than mine, with a welcoming glow of lamplight in the windows and smoke curling from the chimney. David emerged as we parked, his lanky frame silhouetted against the light from the open door. "Adakai," he called, striding forward to envelop me in a bear hug. "Great to see you, man. And you brought friends." I made the introductions as Maya appeared in the doorway, her dark hair streaked with premature silver that caught the light. Her greeting was warmer than David's, if possible, and within minutes we were seated around their kitchen table, bowls of fragrant stew steaming before us. "So," David said, passing a basket of fresh bread, "what brings you to our neck of the woods? Trouble at your cabin?" I glanced at Jack and Lindsay, who nodded slightly. Permission to share what we'd experienced. Over the next hour, I detailed everything. The initial sighting, the shelter, the fallen tree, the watching figures, the strange calls. David and Maya listened without interruption, their expressions growing increasingly serious. When I finished, a heavy silence filled the room. David whistled softly. "Well," he said finally, "that explains a few things." "What do you mean?" Jack asked sharply. David leaned back in his chair. "We've been hearing those calls for weeks now. I assumed they were some kind of wolf variant, maybe a subspecies adapted to the local environment." Maya thought otherwise. All eyes turned to Maya, who was studying Lindsay with particular interest. "You're not just any cryptozoologists," she said, her voice soft but certain. "You're with the Interspecies Communication Initiative, aren't you?" Lindsay's surprise was evident. "How did you—" "I attended a closed anthropology symposium in Vancouver last year," Maya explained. Dr. Helena Rourke presented some fascinating findings on non-human language patterns in wilderness areas. She mentioned colleagues working on similar research across multiple continents. "Helena's our research director," Jack confirmed. "This project is her life's work." Maya nodded as if a suspicion had been confirmed. Then you know these aren't just animals. The vocalization patterns are too complex, too structured. They're using language. We believe so, Lindsay agreed, though we're only beginning to understand the most basic elements. I looked between them, struggling to process this new dimension. You're saying Bigfoot, or whatever these beings are, can talk? Not just talk, Maya said, her eyes bright with academic excitement despite the unsettling implications. Communicate in a highly sophisticated language that likely predates human civilization. The indigenous peoples of this region have always maintained that the Sasquatch were another tribe, not animals, but people of a different kind, with their own societies and knowledge. David had been unusually quiet, I realized, staring out the window into the darkness. There's something else, he said finally. Something we found yesterday that we couldn't explain. He crossed to a side table and returned with a small object wrapped in cloth. Carefully unfolding it, he revealed a stone disc about 4 inches in diameter, covered in spiraling patterns carved with remarkable precision. We found this on our porch yesterday morning, Maya explained. No footprints, no sign of who left it. It resembles artifacts from several indigenous cultures, but doesn't quite match any known design. Jack examined the disc with growing excitement. This is deliberate communication. A gift or a message. Lindsay took photos while I studied the intricate patterns. Something about them seemed almost familiar, as if I should be able to read their meaning. The timing can't be coincidental, David said. You find a structure in the north sector. We receive this artifact in the south. They're aware of all of us, monitoring our movements throughout the park. A thought struck me. How extensive is their territory, do you think? Jack spread his map on the table, indicating the boundaries of the national forest. Based on similar cases, they could control anywhere from 50 to several hundred square miles. This entire protected area could be a single clan's territory. And we just happen to live in the middle of it, I said, the implications sinking in. Maya nodded. Not by chance, I suspect. They allow humans they deem respectful to exist within their boundaries. Park rangers, researchers who study natural systems without causing harm, we're tolerated because we serve as unwitting guardians of their territory against wider human encroachment. But something's changed, Lindsay added. They're becoming more visible, more interactive. The question is why? David tapped the stone disc. I think they're trying to tell us. The conversation continued late into the night, theories and questions flowing freely now that we'd all acknowledged the reality we were facing. Around midnight, Maya suggested we get some rest. She and David offered their guest room to Lindsay, while Jack and I would take the couch and a camping mattress in the living room. I was nearly asleep when Jack spoke from the darkness. Atakai, he said quietly, there's something we haven't told you, something about why the director sent us specifically. I turned to face his shadowy outline. What is it? There have been disappearances. 3 hikers in Olympic National Park last month. A family in Yellowstone the month before. In each case, the pattern was the same. They vanished near structures similar to the one you found, leaving no trace except clear, oversized footprints. The weight of this revelation settled heavily on me. You think these beings are taking people? I don't know, he admitted. But the pattern suggests some kind of interaction gone wrong. The research team is trying to understand why peaceful coexistence is breaking down in certain areas. And you think it might happen here? We hope not, Jack said. But yes, it's possible. Which is why we need to understand what they're trying to communicate before things escalate further. I lay awake long after Jack's breathing had settled into the rhythm of sleep, my mind racing with implications. If Jack was right, we weren't just observers of an extraordinary phenomenon. We were potentially in danger from creatures powerful enough to tear down ancient trees and disappear without a trace. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I drifted into uneasy dreams of stone discs spinning like galaxies, ancient eyes watching from the darkness and voices calling in a language older than human memory. Morning brought fog rolling off the lake, shrouding the forest in ghostly white. We gathered around the kitchen table, comparing notes and planning our next steps over strong coffee and Maya's homemade cinnamon rolls. I think we need to go back to the north sector, Jack said. The tree formation is significant. It could be a boundary marker or warning. Lindsay nodded. And we should bring recording equipment. If they're vocalizing more frequently, We might capture enough data to begin basic language analysis. I'm coming with you, Maya said firmly. My background in anthropological linguistics could help interpret any patterns we discover. Me too, David added. Safety in numbers, and I'm not letting Maya go without me. I considered our options. We should take both vehicles. That way, if anything happens, we have backup transportation. The plan settled, we gathered our equipment, cameras, recording devices, sample kits, GPS units, and emergency supplies. I made sure everyone had bear spray, though I doubted its effectiveness against what we were potentially facing. My service weapon remained holstered at my hip, a last resort I hoped never to use. As we prepared to leave, Maya pulled me aside, her expression troubled. Adakai, there's something you should know about these encounters, she said quietly. In almost every indigenous tradition, these beings exist at the boundary between worlds. They're not just flesh and blood. They're connected to the spirit realm in ways we don't understand. I thought of my grandmother again. Her stories by firelight about beings who could shift between forms, who guarded ancient knowledge. What are you saying? I'm saying we need to approach this with respect and openness, she replied. If they're trying to communicate, there's a reason. And if we can understand that reason, we might prevent whatever conflict is brewing. I nodded, appreciating her perspective even as questions multiplied in my mind. As we loaded the vehicles, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were crossing a threshold, moving from observers to participants in something ancient and powerful that had been unfolding in these forests long before humans built cabins on its shores. Whatever waited for us in the northern sector, I knew with bone-deep certainty that after today, nothing would be the same. Chapter 3. Forest depths, the fog clung to the treetops as our small convoy traveled north, transforming the familiar forest into an alien landscape. I led in my Jeep with Jack beside me, while David drove their SUV behind us with Maya and Lindsay. The two-way radios we carried crackled occasionally with updates, but mostly we drove in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. As we approached the area where we'd seen the fallen tree, a sense of wrongness grew within me, something beyond mere apprehension. The forest itself seemed changed, the trees closer together, the undergrowth more tangled, as if the landscape was deliberately becoming more difficult to navigate. The road's different, I said, slowing the Jeep. This bend wasn't so sharp yesterday. Jack studied the GPS, frowning. We're on the right track, but you're right. The topography seems altered somehow. I radioed back to the second vehicle. Are you seeing this? The forest changing? Affirmative, came David's voice, tight with tension. It's like we're driving through a different section entirely. We pressed on, the service road narrowing until branches scraped against the sides of our vehicles. Just as I was considering turning back to find another approach, the forest suddenly opened into a clearing, but not one I recognized from previous patrols. Before us stood an arrangement of stones, not random boulders, but carefully positioned monoliths ranging from 3 to 8 feet tall, arranged in a rough circle about 30 yards across. In the center lay the fallen Douglas fir we'd documented the day before. But it had been moved somehow, its massive trunk now forming a straight line pointing due north. I stopped the Jeep at the edge of the clearing, and David pulled up alongside. For a long moment, we all simply stared at the impossible scene before us. This wasn't here yesterday, I finally said, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. Lindsay was already recording with her specialized equipment, while Maya photographed the stone arrangement from multiple angles. Jack and David moved toward the fallen tree, measuring instruments in hand. I stayed by the vehicles, scanning the tree line, that sense of being watched stronger than ever. The fog swirled at the edges of the clearing, creating shapes that seemed almost deliberate. Faces that formed and dissolved, figures that appeared to move before resolving into ordinary mist. The electromagnetic readings are off the charts, Lindsay called from where she stood by one of the larger monoliths. This stone is emitting a frequency I've never encountered before. Maya had joined her, running her hands just above the surface of the stone without touching it. There are markings here, similar to the disc we found, but more elaborate. Jack and David had reached the fallen tree and were examining something at its base. Adakai, you need to see this, Jack shouted, his voice tight with excitement or fear. I couldn't tell which. I crossed the clearing, hyper-aware of the unnatural silence. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of wind through the trees. Just our voices and footsteps, unnaturally loud in the stillness. At the base of the fallen giant, a section of bark had been peeled away with surgical precision, revealing the pale wood beneath. Into this canvas, someone, or something, had carved an intricate image, a circle of stylized figures surrounding a central form that could only be interpreted as human. "It's a pictograph," Maya said, having followed me over. "A form of communication that transcends language barriers. What does it mean?" I asked, unable to take my eyes off the central human figure, which seemed somehow familiar. Maya studied it intently. The outer figures appear to be protecting or perhaps encircling the human. It could be a message about territory, boundaries, or relationships between species. Or a warning, Jack added quietly. David was examining the tree's root system, which had somehow remained intact despite the tree being moved. "This is impossible," he muttered. "This tree weighs several tons. How did they relocate it without heavy equipment?" Before anyone could respond, the silence was shattered by a call. That same eerie vocalization we'd heard before, but closer now, and followed immediately by responses from multiple directions. "They're here," Lindsay said, her recording equipment swiveling toward the sound. We regrouped in the center of the clearing, instinctively forming a circle with our backs to each other, scanning the fog-shrouded tree line. For several minutes nothing moved. Then, simultaneously, dark figures appeared between the monoliths, 8 of them, evenly spaced around the perimeter of the clearing. They stood upright, towering at least 8 feet tall, their bodies covered in dark hair or fur. In the diffuse foglight, their features were difficult to discern, but their eyes were clearly visible, intelligent, watching, evaluating. For centuries, tales of hairy, humanoid giants have persisted across different cultures, from Native American tribes to isolated communities in the Himalayas, suggesting a global phenomenon rather than mere local folklore. Now, face to face with these beings, all scientific skepticism seemed absurd. They were real, they were here, and they had arranged this meeting with deliberate purpose. Lindsay's recording devices whirred softly as she captured their presence. Jack and David stood frozen, their academic training temporarily overwhelmed by the reality before them. Maya, however, stepped forward slightly, her hands open at her sides in a universal gesture of peaceful intent. "We acknowledge your presence," she said clearly. "We come with respect for your territory and wisdom." The figures remained motionless, but the atmosphere in the clearing changed subtly, a lessening of tension, perhaps, or a shift from wariness to curiosity. One of the beings, slightly larger than the others and with silver streaks in its dark pelt, moved forward 3 precise steps. It raised a massive hand, palm forward, in what could only be interpreted as a greeting, or perhaps a command to halt. Without thinking, I mirrored the gesture. "We mean no harm," I said, hoping my tone would convey what my words might not. The silver-streaked being tilted its head, studying me with an intensity that felt like a physical touch. Then it made a series of sounds, not the howling calls we'd heard before, but something more nuanced, almost like speech. Maya was recording everything on her phone, her anthropologist's training overcoming her fear. "It's trying to communicate directly," she whispered. The cadence suggests language, not just vocalization. As if in response, the being raised both hands, making complex gestures that seemed purposeful and precise. Then it reached into a kind of pouch or fold in its fur, and withdrew an object that gleamed even in the diffuse light. Another stone disc, larger than the one found at David and Maya's cabin, elaborately carved with spiraling patterns. With deliberate slowness, it placed the disc on the ground halfway between us, then retreated to its original position. "It's a gift," Maya said, her voice hushed with wonder. "Or a message. Should we approach?" Jack asked, his scientific curiosity visibly warring with caution. Before anyone could answer, Lindsay gasped. She was looking at her recording equipment's display. "The electromagnetic pattern," she said. "It matches the carvings on the disc. The same frequency, visualized differently." Maya took a careful step toward the disc, watching the silver-streaked being for any sign of disapproval. When none came, she moved forward until she could kneel and examine the object without touching it. "The spiral pattern radiates from the center," she reported, "similar to the pictograph on the tree but more abstract. There are smaller symbols embedded within the spiral, possibly a form of writing. The being made another series of sounds, pointing first to the disc, then to Maya, then sweeping its arm to encompass all of us. The meaning seemed clear enough. The disc is for you all to understand. I found myself moving forward to join Maya, drawn by an impulse I couldn't fully explain. As I neared the disc, a strange sensation washed over me, a buzzing in my ears, a lightness in my head, as if the boundary between myself and the forest was somehow thinning. The silver-streaked being watched me approach, its eyes revealing nothing of its thoughts. Up close, its features were more distinct. A broad, sloped forehead, a powerful jaw, a nose that was flatter and wider than a human's, but still recognizably a nose. Its eyes were deeply set, amber in color, with a depth of awareness that sent a shiver through me. As I knelt beside Maya, something compelled me to extend my hand toward the disc. Maya shot me a warning glance, but I felt certain this was the right action, the expected action. The moment my fingers touched the cool stone, the world around me shifted. The forest, the clearing, my companions all seemed to recede, replaced by a cascade of images flowing directly into my mind. Ancient forests, untouched by human hands, teeming with life forms now extinct. Gatherings of the forest beings around stone circles, communicating through sound and gesture. Humans appearing at the edges of their territory. First indigenous peoples who approached with reverence, then later arrivals who brought destruction. A gradual retreat deeper into the remaining wilderness as human expansion continued, and most recently the focus of their growing concern, changes in the forest itself, dying trees, disappearing wildlife, altered weather patterns, and a sickness spreading through the earth that they could feel but couldn't heal. The message was unmistakable. Their world, our world, was in danger, and they had chosen to reveal themselves now out of desperation. When the vision cleared, I found myself still kneeling, the disc cool beneath my palm. Maya was watching me with concern, while my other companions remained in a loose circle, tense and uncertain. The forest beings hadn't moved, but their attention was focused entirely on me. "Adakai?" Maya asked softly. "Are you all right?" I nodded, finding my voice with effort. "They're showing us why they've made contact. The forest is dying. They feel it in ways we don't understand." Jack stepped forward cautiously. "A warning about climate change? Environmental degradation?" "More than that," I said, struggling to articulate what I'd experienced. "They're guardians of something ancient and vital, and it's failing." The silver-streaked being made another sound, softer now, almost mournful. It pointed to the fallen tree, then to the sky, then swept its arm in a circle that encompassed the entire forest. Maya's eyes widened with sudden understanding. "The balance is broken," she said. "They're saying the natural order is disrupted." As if in confirmation, the being nodded, a surprisingly human gesture that underscored the intelligence behind those amber eyes. Lindsay had moved closer, her equipment still recording. "Ask them what they want us to do," she suggested. "If they're intelligent enough to communicate this much, they must have a reason for contacting us specifically." I looked to the silver-streaked being, spreading my hands in a questioning gesture. "How can we help?" I asked, keeping my voice soft but clear. The being made a complex series of gestures pointing to each of us in turn, then to the north, where the mountains rose beyond the forest boundary. Its meaning was clear even without words. "Follow us." Jack exchanged glances with Lindsay, then looked to me. "This is unprecedented," he said, his voice tight with controlled excitement. "Direct interaction, an invitation to their territory." "It could be dangerous," David cautioned. "We don't know their intentions." "I think we do," Maya countered. "They're asking for help with something they can't address alone. Why else reveal themselves after centuries of hiding?" I stood slowly, the disc still in my hand, feeling the weight of a decision that went far beyond personal safety. As wilderness rangers, we're trained to protect natural and cultural resources, understand the dangers of remote areas, and respond to emergencies. All skills that now seemed directly relevant to this unprecedented situation. "I think we need to follow them," I said finally. "At least see what they want to show us." The others debated briefly, but in the end, Curiosity and the unprecedented nature of the opportunity outweighed caution. We gathered essential gear, water, emergency supplies, cameras, and recording equipment, leaving the heavier items in the vehicles. As we prepared, the forest beings watched with what seemed like approval. When we were ready, the silver-streaked individual made a beckoning gesture and began moving toward the northern edge of the clearing, its movements fluid and powerful despite its massive size. We followed, staying together in a tight group. The other beings melted into the forest ahead and beside us, occasionally visible through the trees but never fully exposed. Only our guide remained clearly in view, setting a pace that was challenging but manageable for humans on foot. The forest grew denser as we moved north, the fog lingering among the upper branches. The path, if it could be called that, seemed to shift and wind in patterns that defied the topographical maps I knew by heart. Several times I was certain we'd cross the same stream or pass the same distinctive rock formation, yet somehow we continued to move generally northward. "Are we walking in circles?" David asked quietly after nearly an hour of hiking. "Not exactly," Lindsay replied, consulting a compass that spun erratically in her palm. "I think we're moving through folds in the landscape." "What does that mean?" I asked. Jack was studying his GPS unit, which showed our position jumping erratically across the map. "It means we're covering more distance than should be physically possible. The coordinates are inconsistent with the actual terrain." Maya had been observing our guide, noting its behavior. "I think they navigate by a different understanding of space," she suggested. "Not linear distances, but connections between places." The implications of this were both fascinating and unsettling. If these beings could somehow transcend normal spatial relationships, it would explain much about their ability to remain hidden for centuries despite human expansion. After what felt like hours but might have been less, our guide stopped at the base of a sheer rock face that rose at least 100 feet upward. At first glance it appeared to be a dead end, but as we watched, the being approached what seemed to be solid stone and simply walked through it. We froze, exchanging alarmed glances. "Did anyone else see that?" David asked, his voice higher than normal. Before anyone could respond, our guide's head reappeared, emerging from what looked like solid rock. It made a beckoning gesture, then vanished again. Lindsay's instruments were going haywire, emitting erratic beeps and flashing warnings. "The electromagnetic distortion is off the charts," she reported. "It's some kind of, I don't even have a term for it." "A portal?" Jack suggested, his academic skepticism crumbling in the face of the impossible. Maya approached the rock face cautiously, her hand outstretched. Where the being had disappeared, the stone appeared to ripple slightly, like the surface of water disturbed by a gentle breeze. "It's an illusion," she said wonderingly, "or rather, what we perceive as solid rock isn't actually there." I joined her, my ranger's instinct to protect my team warring with overwhelming curiosity. When I reached out, my fingers passed through what appeared to be solid stone, encountering only a slight resistance like pushing through heavy curtains. "I'll go first," I decided, my heart pounding. "If it's safe, I'll call back." Before the others could object, I stepped forward into the illusion. There was a moment of disorientation, a sensation of pressure from all sides. Then I emerged into a dimly lit space that took my breath away. We had entered a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in shadows high above. Phosphorescent fungi along the walls provided a soft, blue-green illumination that revealed stalagmites and stalactites of impossible size and beauty. An underground river flowed through the center, its water crystal clear and faintly luminescent. But most astonishing were the structures that filled the cavern, dwellings constructed of stone, wood, and what appeared to be woven plant fibers, arranged in concentric circles around a central open area, an entire hidden settlement invisible to the outside world. Our guide waited patiently as my companions emerged one by one, each registering shock and wonder as they took in the scene. More of the forest beings appeared, moving about their settlement with purpose, some stopping to observe us with evident curiosity. "This is incredible," Jack breathed, his camera forgotten in his hand. "An entire civilization, hidden within the mountains." Lindsay was already recording, her scientific training reasserting itself through her amazement. The architecture suggests an advanced understanding of structural engineering, despite the absence of modern tools or materials. Maya was studying the beings themselves, noting the variations in size, coloration, and what appeared to be age. There are family groups, she observed. Multiple generations living together. Our guide led us toward the central area, where a group of the older-looking beings had gathered in what appeared to be a council circle. At its center burned a fire that emitted no smoke, casting a warm golden light that contrasted with the blue-green phosphorescence of the cavern walls. As we approached, I noticed that the ground beneath our feet had changed, no longer natural stone, but a mosaic of pebbles arranged in intricate patterns, similar to those on the disc I still carried. The patterns seemed to shift slightly as we walked, responding to our presence in ways that defied explanation. The eldest of the gathered beings rose as we neared, ancient beyond reckoning, its fur almost entirely silver, its movements slow but deliberate. It extended both hands in what was clearly a gesture of welcome, then indicated that we should sit within the circle. We complied, setting aside our equipment and taking places on smooth stone seats arranged for beings larger than humans. Our guide joined the circle, sitting opposite us beside the Ancient One. For several minutes there was silence as the gathered beings observed us with intelligent curiosity. Then the eldest made a series of complex vocalizations, gesturing first to us, then to the cavern around them, and finally upward toward the unseen forest above. Maya, who had been recording and analyzing their sounds, spoke quietly. I think they're welcoming us to their home and explaining that this gathering is unprecedented, that humans haven't been brought here before. The Ancient One pointed to the disc I still held, then to its own head, then to mine, the same sequence our guide had used earlier. Understanding, I placed the disc on the ground before me. The elder nodded and produced another object, a crystalline formation that caught and refracted the firelight in mesmerizing patterns. It placed this beside the disc, then gestured for me to touch both objects simultaneously. I hesitated, looking to my companions. Maya nodded encouragement, while Jack and Lindsay watched with scholarly intensity. David looked nervous but didn't object. Taking a deep breath, I placed one hand on the disc and the other on the crystal. The effect was immediate and overwhelming, more powerful than the earlier vision by an order of magnitude. This time I wasn't just seeing images. I was experiencing them, as if my consciousness had been projected outside my body and across time itself. I witnessed the forest beings' history unfold over millennia, their evolution alongside but separate from humans, their development of a profound connection to the natural world that went beyond simple survival. I saw their retreat into hidden places as human civilization expanded, their decision to observe but rarely interact, their patient guardianship of ancient knowledge and natural balances. Then the vision shifted to the present crisis, a sickness spreading through the earth itself, invisible to human instruments but clear to their heightened senses. I felt their growing alarm as forests died, waterways became poisoned, and the delicate web of life began to unravel. Most disturbingly, I saw dark entities emerging from places where the natural balance had been most severely disrupted, shadow-like beings that seemed to feed on decay and destruction, growing stronger as ecosystems collapsed. These shadow entities were the true threat, not merely a symptom of environmental destruction, but something more sinister that exploited and accelerated it. The forest beings had contained them for centuries, but their power was waning as the natural world weakened. The final vision was the most urgent, a location deep within the national forest where a cluster of these shadow entities had gathered, centered around a site of recent human activity, mining exploration that had breached a sealed cavern system and unwittingly released something long imprisoned. With a gasp, I returned to my body, trembling with the force of the experience. The elder watched me with ancient eyes that held both compassion and urgency. They need our help, I said to my companions, my voice hoarse. There's something out there, something dangerous that's been released by human activity. They can't stop it alone. Jack leaned forward, his scientific skepticism momentarily forgotten. What kind of something? I struggled to articulate what I'd seen. Shadow entities, beings that feed on ecological destruction and death. They've been contained for generations, but they're growing stronger as the environment degrades. Lindsay was rapidly making notes. That corresponds with anomalous readings we've been detecting at sites of severe environmental degradation. Energy patterns that don't match any known natural phenomenon. Where are these entities now? David asked, practical despite his evident discomfort. There's an abandoned mining site in the eastern sector, I recalled. Exploration was halted last year after a dispute over permitting, but not before they dug several test shafts. Maya had been observing the elder, who was making a series of gestures that seemed increasingly urgent. They're saying we don't have much time, she interpreted. Whatever was released is growing stronger with each cycle of the moon. The elder pointed to each of us in turn, then to its own warriors, then made a united gesture that needed no translation. We must work together. Our guide, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, now rose and retrieved a collection of objects from a nearby dwelling. Containers of what appeared to be pigments, bundles of herbs tied with sinew, and stone implements of various shapes and sizes. Preparations for a ritual? Maya suggested, her anthropologist's training evident in her analysis. Many indigenous cultures use ceremonial approaches to restore balance or drive away negative entities. The elder nodded, gesturing toward the various items and then to our modern equipment. Another clear message: your technology and our ancient knowledge, combined. For the next hour, we were instructed through gestures and demonstrations in the preparation of specific substances, pigments to be applied to skin in protective patterns, herbs to be burned in specific sequences, sounds to be produced at particular moments. Lindsay recorded everything meticulously, while Jack and David helped prepare the materials according to the being's guidance. Maya worked on establishing a more sophisticated form of communication, using her linguistic expertise to identify patterns in their vocalizations and gestures. By the end of the preparation period, she had compiled a basic lexicon that allowed for simple exchanges. They call themselves the Anunnaki, she told us during a brief break. It means something like ancient protectors or guardians of the deep places. They've existed alongside humanity for thousands of years, retreating further into isolation as our civilizations expanded. And these shadow entities? Jack asked. Maya consulted her notes. They call them the Devouring Ones, beings from beyond the natural world that feed on destruction and decay. The Anunnaki have kept them contained through rituals and their connection to the Earth's energy, but that connection is weakening as ecosystems collapse. The implications were staggering. What we had stumbled upon wasn't merely an undiscovered species, but an ancient society with knowledge and abilities that defied our understanding of reality, knowledge that might be crucial to addressing threats we hadn't even recognized. As the preparations neared completion, our guide, who Maya had learned was called Kurak, a name that translated roughly to Farseer, approached me with a small stone cup containing a thick, dark liquid. Through Maya's interpretation, I understood that drinking it would strengthen my connection to the earth energies the Anunnaki wielded, allowing me to perceive the shadow entities more clearly. The others would receive similar preparations, but as the first human to make contact through the disk, my role would be central to the coming confrontation. I accepted the cup, meeting Kurak's amber eyes with a nod of respect and trust. The liquid was bitter but not unpleasant, tasting of earth and green growing things with an undertone of something metallic and strange. As it took effect, my perception shifted subtly. The cavern seemed more alive, pulsing with energies I hadn't previously noticed. The phosphorescent fungi glowed brighter, and I could sense currents of power flowing through the stone beneath my feet, connecting to larger networks that extended throughout the mountains. Most significantly, I could now see what linked the Anunnaki to each other and to their environment, filaments of light that connected them to the earth, to the plants and fungi, to the water and air, forming a living matrix of interdependence and balance. Looking at my human companions, I saw that they too were connected to this web, though their filaments were fainter, less integrated into the larger pattern. As they consumed their own portions of the ritual substance, their connections brightened, becoming more clearly visible. The elder, who Maya had learned was called Turok, ancient wisdom, now rose to address our assembled group. Through a combination of Maya's translation and my enhanced perception, I understood their plan. We would travel to the breached mining site where the shadow entities had gathered, forming a circle of combined human technology and Anunnaki earth knowledge to contain, and then banish them back to their own realm. The humans would bring instruments capable of generating specific electromagnetic frequencies that, when combined with the Anunnaki rituals, would create a barrier the shadow entities couldn't cross. It would be dangerous, the entities would resist, using fear and deception as weapons, attempting to separate us from each other and from our purpose. But if we succeeded, the breach could be sealed, preventing further incursion and buying time to address the larger environmental degradation that had weakened the natural barriers. As Turok finished speaking, a solemn mood settled over the gathering. What we were undertaking was unprecedented, humans and Anunnaki working together against a threat neither fully understood, but both recognized as grave. Kurak approached me once more, this time carrying a staff of polished wood topped with a crystalline formation similar to the one I'd touched earlier. He offered it with a formal gesture and I accepted it, feeling a surge of energy as my fingers closed around the smooth wood. Through Maya's translation, I understood that the staff was both tool and weapon, a focus for the earth energies we would need to channel, and a means of defense against the shadow entities. Similar implements were provided to each of my companions, tailored to their specific roles in the coming ritual. As we prepared to depart, gathering our equipment and the ritual materials, I found myself filled with a strange mixture of dread and purpose. The world I thought I knew had expanded dramatically in the span of a single day, revealing layers of reality and beings I had never imagined existing alongside us. Yet somehow, it felt right that I was here, that my path as a ranger had led me to this moment of convergence between worlds. My grandmother's stories of beings who walked between realms, of ancient guardians and old magic, no longer seemed like distant folklore but immediate reality. The Anunnaki formed a procession, led by Kurak and flanked by warriors bearing implements that might have been ceremonial or defensive, perhaps both. We humans took our places in the center of the group, protected on all sides. As we moved toward the cavern entrance, Maya fell into step beside me, her expression a mix of academic fascination and personal wonder. "Whatever happens next," she said quietly, "we're part of something few humans have ever experienced. A collaboration between species separated by thousands of years of parallel evolution, but united by a common home." I nodded, feeling the weight of the staff in my hand and the responsibility it represented. "Let's make sure it's not the last such collaboration," I replied. "We have a lot to learn from each other if we survive what's coming." Ahead, the seeming solid rock of the cavern wall rippled like water, preparing to release us back into the world above, a world now revealed to be more complex, more wondrous, and more imperiled than I had ever imagined. We emerged from the cavern into a world transformed, or perhaps it was my perception that had changed. The forest pulsed with life and energy I'd never noticed before, each tree connected to its neighbors through networks of light visible beneath the soil. Birds and insects moved through webs of relationship, their life signatures bright against the backdrop of green. But there was darkness too, subtle at first, like patches of shadow where none should be, growing deeper and more malevolent as we moved eastward toward the abandoned mining site. The Anunnaki warriors grew more alert with each mile, their movements more cautious, their communication reduced to silent hand signals. Jack walked beside me, his scientific equipment recalibrated according to the Anunnaki's guidance. "The electromagnetic disturbances are getting stronger," he murmured, showing me a display of chaotic patterns. "Whatever these shadow entities are, they're generating energy signatures unlike anything in our databases." Lindsay was documenting everything with quiet precision, her earlier excitement tempered by the gravity of our mission. David stayed close to Maya, who continued to refine her understanding of the Anunnaki's communication system, occasionally exchanging phrases with Kurak. We traveled for what felt like hours, though time seemed increasingly fluid. The forest grew sparser, less vibrant as we approached our destination. Trees stood skeletal and gray, their life energies diminished to faint glimmers. The ground itself appeared diseased, with patches of blackened soil where nothing grew. "Environmental degradation," David noted, collecting samples with gloved hands, "but localized and spreading outward from a central point, not the usual pattern for industrial contamination." Kurak made a guttural sound of agreement, pointing ahead to where the tree line broke around a clearing. Through Maya's translation, he explained this was the outer boundary of the shadow entity's influence, the visible manifestation of their consumption of life energy. We paused at the forest edge, observing the scene before us. The mining company had cleared several acres for their exploratory operation, leaving behind the usual detritus of abandoned industrial sites, rusted equipment, concrete foundations, the skeletal frame of what had been a storage building. A series of test shafts punctured the earth like open wounds, surrounded by piles of excavated rock and soil, but it was the central shaft that commanded attention, a gaping hole approximately 20 feet across, descending into darkness. Around it, the ground appeared scorched and twisted, as if subjected to intense heat or pressure, and hovering above, barely visible except through my enhanced perception, was a writhing mass of shadow that seemed to both absorb and emit darkness. "The breach," Turok said through Maya, his ancient voice heavy with concern. "They broke through the sealed chamber below and released what had been imprisoned there for countless generations." Through my staff, I could feel the wrongness emanating from the site, a discordant note in the symphony of natural energies, growing louder and more jarring with each moment. The shadow entities weren't just present. They were actively feeding, drawing life from the surrounding environment and transforming it into something corrupt and alien. We retreated a short distance to prepare. The Anunnaki began laying out the ritual space, a circle of stones positioned according to precise measurements, infused with mixtures of the pigments and herbs we'd prepared in the cavern. Jack and Lindsay set up their equipment at cardinal points around the circle, calibrating instruments to generate the frequencies that would reinforce the Anunnaki's more mystical barriers. David, whose scientific skepticism had been thoroughly challenged by recent events, nonetheless applied his practical knowledge to the task at hand. If these entities feed on environmental degradation, he reasoned, then ecological restoration might weaken them. It was a logical approach that bridged our different paradigms. While the Anunnaki's rituals might seem mystical to us, at their core was a profound understanding of natural systems and energy flows, not so different from our scientific models, just expressed in different language. With Maya's help, we integrated David's insight into the plan, adding elements designed to begin healing the damaged ecosystem, even as we contained the shadow entities. Seeds of native plants were mixed with the ritual substances, and patterns of restoration were added to the protective symbols. As dusk approached, we completed our preparations. The Anunnaki warriors took positions around the outer perimeter, while Turok, Kurak, and a small group of their most experienced ritualists joined us humans in the inner circle. We each stood at assigned positions, holding our staffs and wearing the protective symbols painted on our skin. "Remember," Maya translated Turok's final instructions, "these entities will attack through fear and deception. They will show you things that aren't real, try to separate you from the group, make you doubt what you know to be true. Keep your mind focused on the earth beneath your feet, the air in your lungs, the connection to those beside you." With these warnings fresh in our minds, we began. Jack and Lindsay activated their equipment, generating a low hum that gradually increased in complexity, layering frequencies according to the patterns the Anunnaki had shown them. The air within our circle began to vibrate, creating a tangible barrier between us and the outside world. The Anunnaki ritualists began a rhythmic chanting, their deep voices harmonizing in ways that seemed to connect directly to the earth beneath us. I felt my staff growing warm in my hands, the crystal at its top beginning to emit a soft blue light that pulsed in time with the chanting. As our combined energies built, I directed my focus toward the mining shaft and the writhing shadows above it. With my enhanced perception, I could see tendrils of darkness extending outward, probing the boundaries of our circle, testing for weaknesses. The confrontation began subtly, a whisper of doubt in my mind, suggesting this was all delusion, mass hallucination brought on by isolation and suggestion. I recognized the external source of these thoughts and pushed them away, grounding myself in the solid weight of the staff and the energy flowing through it. The attacks grew stronger. The shadows around the shaft began to coalesce into forms, humanoid shapes that somehow mimicked each of us, distorted reflections that moved with sinister purpose. My doppelganger stepped forward, mouth moving in words only I could hear. "This isn't real," it seemed to say, wearing my face but with eyes like empty pits. "You're losing your mind out here alone in the wilderness. There are no forest giants, no shadow entities. You need medical help." I heard gasps from my companions suggesting they were experiencing similar visions. David's face had gone pale, his knuckles white around his staff. Lindsay's equipment was registering wild fluctuations as the entities increased their assault. "Hold steady," I called out, as much to remind myself as to support the others. "It's trying to break our concentration, make us doubt what we've seen." The shadow forms pressed closer, their attacks becoming more personalized, more insidious. I saw flashes of my past failures, moments of weakness and doubt magnified into defining characteristics. The voices grew louder, suggesting that I was unworthy of this responsibility, that I would fail as I had failed before. Through sheer will, I maintained my position, focusing on the staff in my hands and the energy flowing through it. Beside me, Maya was reciting what sounded like protective phrases in multiple languages, her voice steady despite the sweat beading on her forehead. The pressure intensified, the air growing thick and difficult to breathe. The shadow entities had realized our purpose and were bringing their full force against us. Our circle held, but I could feel it straining. The human and Anunnaki energies struggling to maintain cohesion against the onslaught. Then Kurak stepped forward, raising his staff high. With a voice that seemed to resonate from the earth itself, he began a new chant, a summoning rather than a barrier. Maya translated fragments. He was calling upon the deepest forces of the forest, the ancient spirits of the mountains and waters to join our struggle. The response was immediate and overwhelming. From the surviving trees around us, from the streams that still ran clear, from the stones and soil and air itself, threads of golden light began to coalesce, flowing toward our circle and strengthening it from outside. These were the true spirits of place, the consciousness of the ecosystem itself, responding to the Anunnaki's call and recognizing the threat to its existence. Not personified entities like the Anunnaki or humans, but forces more elemental and in some ways more powerful, the collective life will of the natural world. With this reinforcement, our combined energy stabilized, the circle holding firm against the shadow entity's assault. Now it was time for the second phase of our plan. Under Turak's guidance, we began to contract the circle, step by careful step, moving inward toward the mining shaft where the breach had occurred. The shadow entities fought viciously against this compression, their attacks growing more desperate and disjointed. They tried one final, devastating strategy, dividing their forces to target each of us individually with our deepest fears and insecurities. I found myself suddenly alone in what seemed like an endless dark forest. The path vanished, my companions nowhere to be seen. Panic rose in my throat as I tried to find my way back, but the staff in my hand remained warm and solid, its light a beacon in the manufactured darkness. I recognized the deception for what it was and focused my mind on the true reality, the circle, my companions, our shared purpose. The illusion wavered and then shattered, returning me to the mining site where the others were similarly breaking free of their own visions. United once more, we pressed forward in perfect synchrony, humans and Anunnaki moving as one force. The shadow entities retreated before us, driven back toward the shaft from which they had emerged, their formless bodies twisted and contorted, losing cohesion as our combined light forced them from the natural world to which they did not belong. When we reached the edge of the shaft, the final stage began. The Anunnaki ritualists positioned themselves at equidistant points around the opening, their staffs planted firmly in the ground. Jack and Lindsay adjusted their equipment to emit a concentrated beam of energy directly into the depths below. Maya and I stood opposite each other across the shaft, our roles crucial to what came next. As the lone figures who had directly communicated with both human and Anunnaki worlds, we would serve as bridges, conducting energy between the different forces at work and helping to seal the breach from both sides. I raised my staff, feeling power surge through it and through me. Across the dark opening, Maya did the same, her eyes meeting mine with determined focus. Between us, the shadow entities swirled in frantic patterns, their substance diminishing as they were forced back toward their own realm. Turak and Kurak began the sealing ritual, ancient words rising and falling in complex patterns. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and deep within the shaft, something shifted, rock grinding against rock as the ruptured barrier between worlds began to reform. The shadow entities made one final, desperate effort. A tendril of darkness shot upward, wrapping itself around Maya's ankle and trying to drag her into the shaft. She cried out, her balance precarious at the edge of the abyss. Without thought, I leaped forward, staff extended. Golden light blazed from the crystal tip, severing the dark tendril and dissolving it into nothing. In the same motion, I caught Maya's outstretched hand, pulling her back from the brink as the sealing energies reached their crescendo. A sound like thunder rolled through the earth, and the shaft began to close, not with falling rock or collapsing soil, but with a more fundamental restructuring of reality. The breach between worlds sealed itself, the natural order reasserting its boundaries against the intrusion. The shadow entities, trapped on their side of the newly formed barrier, emitted one final, rage-filled howl that echoed in our minds rather than our ears. Then they were gone, the darkness they had brought receding like mist in morning sunlight. We stood in stunned silence, the mining site now just an ordinary industrial ruin. The malevolent presence vanished as if it had never been. Only the damaged ecosystem around us testified to the reality of what had occurred, and even that was beginning to heal. The seeds and restorative elements we had included in our ritual already taking root in small bursts of green among the blackened soil. Exhaustion hit us all at once. I swayed on my feet, the staff suddenly heavy in my hands, its light dimmed to a faint glow. Around me, my companions showed similar signs of depletion, the energy we had channeled exacting a physical toll despite the Anunnaki's protective measures. Kurak approached, his massive form moving with unexpected gentleness. Through gesture and the few words Maya could still translate in her fatigued state, he indicated that we should return to their hidden sanctuary to recover our strength. The dangerous work was done, but much remained to be discussed. As we made our slow way back through the forest, I noticed that my enhanced perception remained. The webs of connection between living things were still visible to me, though less vivid than before. Something had changed permanently in how I perceived the world, a gift or perhaps a responsibility that would shape whatever came next. The journey back seemed shorter, less convoluted than our outward path. Perhaps the Anunnaki no longer felt the need to conceal their roots now that we had proven ourselves allies. Or perhaps my own perception had adjusted to their way of moving through the landscape. By the time we reached the hidden entrance to their cavern home, night had fallen fully, the forest quiet around us with a peace that felt earned rather than tenuous. The barrier between worlds was sealed, the shadow entities contained once more. But the larger issues remained. The environmental degradation that had weakened natural defenses, the need for ongoing vigilance, and the unprecedented alliance between humans and Anunnaki that had made victory possible. As we passed through the stone illusion into the luminescent cavern beyond, I sensed that our story was not ending but truly beginning, that the confrontation with the shadow entities was merely the first chapter in a longer, more complex narrative of cooperation and shared stewardship. The Anunnaki welcomed us back with solemn ceremony, tending to our exhaustion with restorative foods and medicines. As strength returned to my limbs and clarity to my mind, I found myself contemplating the immense significance of what had occurred and what might follow. We had touched another world, another intelligence, another perspective on existence itself. And in doing so, we had perhaps found a way forward for both our kinds, a path of collaboration rather than conflict, of shared knowledge rather than mutual ignorance. Sleep claimed me before I could fully articulate these thoughts, drawing me into dreams filled with golden light and ancient voices speaking of futures yet to be written. Dawn in the Anunnaki cavern was a subtle affair. No direct sunlight penetrated the stone, but the bioluminescent fungi along the walls brightened gradually, mimicking the diurnal cycle above. I woke feeling surprisingly refreshed, the physical and mental exhaustion of the previous day's battle replaced by a clarity of purpose I hadn't experienced before. My companions were already stirring, each processing our extraordinary experiences in their own way. Jack was deep in conversation with several younger Anunnaki, comparing notes on the electromagnetic properties of their crystal technologies. Lindsay methodically reviewed her recordings and measurements, creating what would become the first scientific documentation of Anunnaki culture and abilities. David had ventured to the underground river running through the cavern, collecting water samples and studying the unique ecosystem that had evolved in isolation from the surface world. Maya sat cross-legged with Turok and other Anunnaki elders, her linguistic skills advancing rapidly as she helped create a more comprehensive translation system between our languages. Kurak approached as I rose from my sleeping mat, offering a bowl of what appeared to be fruit, Some varieties I recognized from the forest above, others entirely new to me. Through gestures and the few phrases I'd learned, he indicated that a council meeting would begin soon to discuss the path forward as I ate. I reflected on how quickly the extraordinary had become almost normal. Just days ago, my reality had been defined by routine ranger duties and the quiet solitude of my cabin by the lake. Now I sat in a hidden civilization of beings whose existence defied conventional understanding, preparing to discuss an alliance that could reshape our understanding of wilderness conservation and perhaps much more. The council gathering was held in the central circle where we'd been welcomed the previous day. Anunnaki of various ages and roles sat alongside us humans. The traditional hierarchies of both species, temporarily set aside in recognition of our shared accomplishment and common goals. Turok opened the proceedings with a formal acknowledgement of what had occurred, the successful sealing of the breach, the containment of the shadow entities, and the unprecedented cooperation between our kinds. Through Maya's increasingly fluent translation, he expressed the gratitude of his people and their hope that this marked the beginning of a new relationship rather than an isolated incident. For countless generations, Maya translated, we have watched your kind from the shadows, retreating further as your numbers and technology expanded. We believed separation was necessary for our survival and yours. But the shadow entities have shown us that isolation is no longer sustainable. The damage to the natural world affects us all, weakening the barriers between realms and threatening the balance we were born to protect. Jack spoke next, his scientific mind having rapidly integrated the new realities he'd witnessed. What we've experienced challenges our understanding of the world, but also offers unprecedented opportunities. Your knowledge of natural systems, your ability to sense ecological relationships invisible to our instruments, these could revolutionize our approach to environmental protection. Lindsay added her perspective, focusing on the practical applications. The electromagnetic technologies you've developed without industrial infrastructure, your sustainable use of bioluminescence and crystal energy, these could help us transition away from the destructive practices that are damaging the Earth. Throughout the discussion, I noticed a pattern emerging. Areas where our different knowledge systems complemented rather than contradicted each other, creating a more complete understanding than either could achieve alone. The Anunnaki's deep connection to natural energies combined with our scientific instruments and models, their ancient oral tradition merged with our documentation and global communication networks. When my turn came to speak, I found myself addressing not just the immediate situation but a broader vision. As a ranger, I thought my role was to protect the wilderness from human impact, I said, Maya translating my words. Now I understand that true protection means facilitating balance between all beings who share these lands, human, Anunnaki, and the countless other species that depend on healthy ecosystems. Karak responded with approval, adding that the Anunnaki had always seen themselves as guardians rather than owners of the land. A perspective that aligned well with the conservation ethics I had tried to uphold in my work. As the council continued, practical matters came to the fore. How would we maintain communication? Who would know of the Anunnaki's existence? What areas of cooperation should take priority? A plan gradually took shape. I would serve as the primary human liaison, my position as ranger providing both access to the wilderness and legitimate reason to spend time in remote areas. Jack and Lindsay would document the scientific aspects of our findings, creating secure records while respecting the Anunnaki's need for privacy. Maya would continue developing our translation capabilities, while David would focus on ecological restoration projects that could strengthen natural defenses against any future incursions. Most importantly, we would establish regular meetings between selected humans and Anunnaki representatives to share knowledge, monitor for signs of shadow entity activity, and coordinate efforts to heal damaged ecosystems throughout the protected wilderness. Turok emphasized that while our group had earned the trust of the Anunnaki, broader revelation of their existence remained too risky. Human history was filled with examples of exploitation and destruction of the unknown, something both they and we acknowledged with sober recognition. The time may come for wider understanding, Maya translated his words, but that day is not yet here. For now, we work in the shadows as we have always done, but no longer alone. The council concluded with a ceremony that formalized our alliance. Each human received a crystal similar to those in our staffs, smaller versions that could be worn discreetly as pendants. allowing for a subtle connection to the Anunnaki energy network and serving as a means of communication in emergencies. In return, we offered technology that would help the Anunnaki monitor broader environmental conditions. Weather-resistant tablets loaded with scientific data, solar chargers, and communication devices modified to work with their unique energy signatures. As the ceremony ended, a sense of profound possibility hung in the air. We had faced an immediate threat and prevailed, but the real work, the long, patient labor of healing damaged ecosystems and building understanding between our worlds, was just beginning. The journey back to the surface world felt like crossing a threshold in more ways than one. Though we would physically leave the Anunnaki sanctuary, we carried with us knowledge that would forever change how we perceived the wilderness and our place within it. Kurak and a small group of Anunnaki accompanied us to the forest edge, where the transition would be less visually jarring to any humans who might be in the area. Though their figures would appear as sudden shadows among the trees to conventional perception, my enhanced senses allowed me to see them clearly, tall, powerful forms moving with natural grace through their ancestral home. Our parting was not a goodbye but a pause. In 3 days' time, I would return to a designated meeting point, bringing initial reports from our respective fields. Jack and Lindsay would analyze the data we'd collected, David would begin drafting restoration plans, and Maya would continue refining our translation capabilities. As Kurak made the formal gesture of farewell, touching his forehead and then extending his hand toward me, I felt a surge of connection through the crystal pendant now hanging at my chest. Not words exactly, but a clear sentiment. Until we meet again, guardian of two worlds. The humans among us returned to their various destinations, Jack and Lindsay to their research facilities, David and Maya to their cabin on the South Shore. I headed back to my ranger station, my mind already composing the carefully edited reports I would need to file. Director, Reyes would receive a partial truth, enough to explain our absence and justify the ecological restoration projects we would propose, but omitting the Anunnaki entirely. Instead, I would attribute our findings to previously unidentified environmental factors, backed by the scientific data Jack and Lindsay had collected. Not a complete lie, but a necessary omission for now. My cabin seemed simultaneously familiar and strange when I finally returned, the simple furniture and equipment unchanged, but my perception of the world around it utterly transformed. Through my window, I could now see the subtle energies flowing through the forest, the connections between living systems that had always been there but invisible to my unenhanced senses. That night, as I sat on my porch watching the stars reflect in Obsidian Lake, I thought about my grandmother's stories, tales of beings who walked between worlds, of humans who learned to see beyond ordinary reality, of ancient pacts and shared guardianship. She had been preparing me all along, I realized, passing down knowledge that her ancestors had preserved through generations. Perhaps the relationship between humans and Anunnaki hadn't always been characterized by separation. Perhaps there had been earlier alliances, earlier collaborations, their memory preserved in indigenous folklore while being dismissed as myth by the wider world. In the distance, a call echoed through the forest, not the eerie, otherworldly sound that had first caught my attention weeks ago, but something both familiar and new, an Anunnaki voice reaching out across the divide, acknowledging our shared watch over the wilderness. I raised my hand in greeting, though I knew they were too far away to see it. The crystal pendant warmed against my skin, transmitting my response more effectively than any gesture. I am here. I am watching. I stand with you. The full moon rose over the eastern ridges, bathing the forest in silver light that revealed hidden depths and textures to my enhanced vision. Somewhere out there, the Anunnaki were making their nightly rounds, ensuring the sealed breach remained secure, monitoring the health of their territory. And here I sat, a human ranger with a new understanding of what stewardship truly meant, not just protecting wilderness from human impact, but actively fostering the complex relationships that sustained all life, visible and invisible, acknowledged and hidden. Two worlds, I thought, but one forest. Two species, but one purpose. As I finally turned in for the night, I left my window open, allowing the sounds and scents of the wilderness to fill my cabin. The separation between inside and outside, between human space and wild space, seemed increasingly arbitrary. a line drawn for convenience rather than reflecting any true division in the living world. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, reports to file, patrols to conduct, the careful balance of official duties and newfound responsibilities. But for now I slept deeply, dreaming of ancient trees with roots that connected continents, of crystals that sang with the voice of the earth itself, and of shadows receding before the light of understanding. When morning came, I woke to find a small object on my windowsill, a perfectly formed pine cone unlike any I'd seen before, its scales arranged in the same spiral pattern as the Anunnaki stone disk, a reminder and a promise from my new allies, a symbol of the cycles of growth and renewal that would guide our work together. I placed it carefully on my desk, beside my ranger badge, these two emblems of guardianship now equally meaningful to me. Then I stepped outside into the dawn light, ready to begin my first day as a bridge between worlds, a translator of ancient wisdom and modern knowledge, a guardian of the wilderness in all its seen and unseen dimensions. The forest waited, alive with possibility, its secrets no longer entirely hidden from my eyes, and somewhere within its depths, the Anunnaki watched with cautious hope. Their isolation ended, their future now intertwined with ours for better or worse. Together, we would face whatever came next, shadow entities or environmental threats, human encroachment or natural disasters. Not as separate species defending separate territories, but as fellow guardians of a shared home, united in purpose if different in form. The path ahead would not be easy. Old fears and prejudices ran deep on both sides, and the larger human world remained unprepared for the knowledge we now carried. But the first step had been taken, the first bridge built, and in that beginning lay hope, not just for the Anunnaki and humans in our small corner of the wilderness, but perhaps eventually for a wider healing between our kinds and the natural world that sustained us all. As I shouldered my pack and set out on the day's patrol, the crystal pendant warm against my chest, I thought of my grandmother's favorite saying, "The longest journey begins with a single step taken in good faith." We had taken that step. The journey was now underway, and the wilderness around us, alive with ancient awareness and new possibility, would never be the same again.